någonstans. Om du inte försöker också, älskling, bara andas. Du måste försöka också. Om du blir frustrerad, slå stå. Bättre det än inget alls. Tills den dag då allting vänder. Stormen bygga in någon annans händer. Måste veta hur du känner, känner, känner. Om du kunde säga mig nu när allting är förlorat, kan du säga mig? Säga mig vad som helst. Om du kunde säga mig nu när allting är förlorat, kan du säga mig? Säga mig vad som helst. Säga mig vad som helst. För du vet vad jag menar. Det har varit så här för länge. Snälla sluta vela. Du har varit sån här för länge. Som att du vill inte lämna sängen. Och ändå inte ligga kvar. Kvar. Det enda som jag nu behöver är att denna skit går över. Vitt vin dämpar, rött vin söver, söver, söver. Om du kunde säga mig nu när allting är förlorat, kan du säga mig? Säga mig vad som helst. Om du kunde säga mig nu när allting är förlorat, kan du säga mig? Säga mig vad som helst. Jag kan inte göra mer när du bara står still. Vi kan lika gärna lägga ner om det är det du vill. Så om du kunde säga mig nu när allting är förlorat, kan du säga mig? Säga mig vad som helst. Om du kunde säga mig nu när allting är förlorat, kan du säga mig? Säga mig vad som helst. Så om du kunde säga mig nu när allting är förlorat, kan du säga mig? Säga mig vad som helst. Så om du kunde säga mig nu när allting är förlorat, kan du säga mig? Säg mig vad som helst. Anton Torell, Linnea Henriksson, thank you so much.
Your Excellencies, esteemed Nobel Prize laureates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2024 Nobel Week Dialogue on the future of health. First of all, I'd like to thank our Nobel Week Dialogue partners, Carl Bennet AB, City of Gothenburg, Volvo Group, and the event partner, Royalty Pharma. Thank you for your invaluable partnership. Then I want to start this dialogue by reflecting a little on human health and this remarkable moment we are now living through. We possess more knowledge, technology, and resources than at any point in history. We are decoding the building blocks of life. We can alter genes with high degrees of precision. We have the potential to eradicate many diseases, And we are now beginning to see the power of artificial intelligence to drive scientific discoveries, particularly in the area of health. With these tools and knowledge, we have the potential to achieve breakthroughs in human health that were unthinkable just a generation ago. Yet, as our abilities grow, so do the challenges we face. In 50 years, the population has doubled to 8 billion people. The world is more interconnected than ever, and with this connectivity comes both promise and risk. Pandemics, climate change, and economic inequalities expose vulnerabilities that cannot be addressed by science alone. No event in recent memory has demonstrated the risks more clearly than the COVID-19 pandemic. The virus exposed the fragility of our systems, but it also showed humanity's extraordinary ingenuity and capacity to cooperate. Consider the sheer speed at which vaccines were developed. This was no ordinary feat. It was the result of decades of prior basic research and unparalleled international cooperation. Here today, we have Nobel Prize laureate Drew Weissman, who, along with Kathleen Carrico and colleagues, helped create the mRNA vaccine. COVID-19 showed that when faced with a global challenge, humanity can respond. Not perfectly, but powerfully. When we talk about the future of health, we need to acknowledge it depends on more than scientific discovery. Better health requires policies that prioritize long-term well-being, that support an aging population, and promote investment in prevention of health problems, not just cures. As we have learned from the global pandemic, progress also requires investment in education and maintaining public trust. Improving human health means recognizing that the health of one person is linked to the health of all. And the health of all is intrinsically linked to the health of our planet and its biosphere. When it comes to human health, perhaps the greatest leap forward in the last century, the biggest innovation, was not technical, but cultural. A paradigm shift in societies to view health as a human right. Access to decent health services is something governments should provide to all citizens. Of course, this breakthrough is not yet a universal value in every country. Perhaps then, this is an important goal to set as we talk about the future of health. We will be discussing all these issues today in what I anticipate will be many stimulating conversations. 4 Nobel Prize laureates will be joined on stage by a fantastic group of international thought leaders. Thank you for joining us, and once again, my warmest welcome.
For most of human history, every second child died before adulthood. There were no vaccines for diseases like tuberculosis, diphtheria, or measles. No antibiotics. Malnutrition, overcrowding, and poor sanitation stacked the odds against survival. But in the last century, step by step, everything changed. X-rays allowed us to see inside the human body without surgery. Leonard Thompson became the first person to receive insulin in the 1920s. Penicillin, the first antibiotic, was discovered later that decade, by accident. Polio, once a feared disease, has now been almost eradicated. The discovery of the structure of DNA laid the foundation for modern genetics. Since the first organ transplants in the 1950s, operations have now become routine. Breakthroughs in immunotherapy have revolutionized the fight against many cancers. MRI has transformed medical diagnoses. In the 80s, scientists identified HIV, the virus that causes AIDS. Over this period, humanitarian organizations have saved millions of lives. And when COVID-19 swept the globe, mRNA vaccines helped bring the pandemic under control. These breakthroughs, all recognized by the Nobel Prize, have brought immense benefit to humankind. Today, 96% of newborns survive to adulthood. Global life expectancy exceeds 70 years and over 80 years in many places. This year's prizes recognize remarkable achievements that promise to revolutionize health in the century ahead. How has humanity come so far? We follow our curiosity. Stay curious.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Adam Smith, and it's my very great pleasure to be your guide to today's dialogue. I'd like to add my welcome to all of you here in Stockholm, and also to all who are joining us online, our virtual audience. Thank you for being here. So the topic we're addressing is so vast that we cannot hope to cover it comprehensively, but what we can hope to do is to make you think, and perhaps think a little differently about the topic by the end of the day. And we thought we would start by thinking about that word health. It means different things to all of us. And we asked our Instagram audience for the Nobel Prize what health means to them. And some of their answers are being displayed on the screen behind us. Now, the dialogue is a series of conversations, as the name implies. Some of those conversations are two people talking to each other, some of them are interviews, and some of them are panel discussions. And for our first session, we're going to have a panel of 3 people. They're going to consider this question of what health means to them. And they are Anna Beck, the Paralympian cyclist and chairman of the Swedish Paralympic Committee, Olga Tokarczuk, the 2018 Nobel laureate in literature, and, as already introduced by Astrid, Drew Weissman, 2023 Nobel laureate in physiology or medicine. Please join me in welcoming them to stage. Anna, if you take the first seat.
Yeah, thank you.
Olga in the middle.
Yeah.
In the middle.
In the middle.
And Drew at the end. Oh, sorry, okay. Swap round.
Oh.
It's like a dinner party. It's always like this. And I have to say, Anna, I'm not sure if people can see, but I think you already win the prize for having the best shoes in the Nobel Week Dialogue.
The glimmer.
So the WHO defines health as being a state of physical, mental, and social well-being, which is pretty all-encompassing, but some of the answers given by our Instagram audience were even more all-encompassing than that. What does health mean to you, Anna?
To me, health means to be able to eat good food, to have the ability to be physical, active, friends, family, to love and to be loved. And even though I have a disability, I still feel that I am healthy and well-being. So I have a neuromuscular disease. That means that my muscles in my feet and hands, mostly, they slowly dies. But that doesn't mean that I'm not healthy and well-being. So I think it's very big and hard to explain, but my feeling of health is that I am healthy and well-being.
Thank you very much indeed. Olga.
I don't know if you remember that the very simple definition of mental health was the Freudian one. And he said that this is just the ability to work, laugh, and joy. And it's very simple, and I think it still works. But I would say that in our nowadays special situation we are living right now, facing with just breaking down the entire climate situation and the planet existence, I think that there is a need to change this definition in the direction of interchanging with nature. So I would say that nowadays mental health and health in general is a capacity to stay in a relationship with environment, with another beings, human beings and animal beings, and also with things we created. So it's an ability to exchanging energy, I would say, perhaps a little bit poetic. I mean, in giving and taking. This is the most important thing for me, giving and be able to also to take.
Thank you. That's very beautiful. And I love the way that the two of you have already gone from the personal, which is so important, to the global, which is equally important. So thank you. Drew.
So my wife will joke I'm always the scientist, but I have really a modern Taoist approach to health, which starts with the universe, the solar system, the earth, all elements of the earth, the water, the air, the stone, the lava, everything that makes up earth, and then everything else on earth, the plants, all elements of animals. When any of that is out of balance, then health is disturbed. I mean, the classic example is the big asteroid that wiped out the dinosaurs. But there are many different ways that health and the environment and the world can be disturbed. And we see that nowadays with climate change, with political leanings. All of those affect health. You look at the birth rates, you look at the mortality among pregnant women, and it's very diverse, even across one country. All of that are signs that health in general is disturbed, and we need to look and see what we can do to try and correct that.
Thank you. Anna, let me come back to you, because I know that you started personal, but you'd like to expand it a little, perhaps, in view of the comments of the others which have taken us to the level of the whole planet.
Yeah, it's very interesting to hear your views of health, and I really believe that it's so wide, and it goes from the universe to the individual. And it's, yeah.
Can I add something?
Of course.
If you ask us about discussion, so I would like to add what you said, that that there is a big difference for me in the way of thinking of people living in 20th century, philosophers, let's say, that was a tendency to perceive the human being as an individual living in a, nothingness around, in an absurdic world, disconnected from nature. And it changed very much recently, because now we are becoming more and more aware that we cannot live without entire environment. The single human being cannot live without all those relations he or she has. We cannot, our speaking is useless without you listening us. So this is this fundamental reaction. So now I think that we change our thinking in a good direction. So this, because in my opinion, always the thinking is on the beginning, and then everything goes following the thinking. You know what I mean? Yeah? So I'm happy that what you said, Drew, is a very interesting and looking completely new perspective of thinking about ourselves in the world.
Beautiful. It's exactly what should be happening at the dialogue. Ideas are flourishing. Anna, I wanted to ask you about the burden of health, because, of course, in some ways, good health, perfect health is something that people aspire to. And that can, for some people, become a little bit of a burden. You know, I can't get there, so what does that mean for me? It's a bit like, in some ways, it's a bit like money, you know. Some people are rich, and should everybody try to be rich? Should everybody aspire to be perfectly healthy? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, when I grew up, I was loving sports, and I wanted to do sports, but I wasn't good in sports. When I ran, I was behind everyone else in the competitions, and I tripped and fell a lot. And so I looked at myself as a bad athletic, yeah, because I wasn't good. But when I got my diagnosis, I understood why I had been bad in sports. And when I got into this paracycling world, it was like people just have one leg, they don't have arms, I have my disease, and they just moved on. They had their dreams, they achieved their goals, and they was like, it was a big perspective to see and feel that even when you have burdens, you still can you can do whatever you want anyway, but you need to accept what you can't do and find other ways to get through it.
And Susanne, yes. I don't know if either of you want to come in on that, but and society needs to accept it too. And in some ways, you know, I don't know, in Britain at the moment, for instance, there's a great deal of societal pressure on everybody to be fit for work, but not everybody can be fit for work. So it's a two-way conversation. Yes. Sorry, I don't know if anyone wants to jump in. Good, we've solved that then. Okay, so I would like to turn to you all. Now, everybody has their own view on what health means, and of course, all of your views would be lovely to hear too. Unfortunately, we can't, but perhaps the person next to you can. So I'd like to take a couple of minutes just to turn down our lights, turn up your lights, and to ask you to turn to the person next to you and spend 2 minutes talking about what health means, 1 minute each, if you like, and perhaps turn to the person you don't know on your side. If you don't want to do it, you don't have to. You can just use 2 minutes to check your phones, but you have 2 minutes. Please, and it's a chance to say hello. So is there anything you'd like? Okay. It's so very lovely to listen to you talk. I can't tell you how nice it is from the panel here to listen to you talk. And also, I am so lucky to have Anna next to me because she, as a time trial cyclist, is very used to looking at the clock. So she knew precisely when the 2 minutes was going to be. One thing we might touch on, perhaps, Drew, is your deep interest in global health and how to encourage health equity. So please.
So this is something I've worked on my entire career, but the Nobel Prize has given me a little boost to do it more. If you look at what happened during the pandemic, Southeast Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, Latin America didn't receive RNA vaccines for over a year. Europe, United States, the rest of the wealthy parts of the world had them immediately. This lack of access to health care greatly diminishes the health of many populations. So we've been working for years trying to establish the RNA technology in low and middle income countries around the world. And why this is important, many countries have regional diseases, dengue, malaria, Zika, many others, that pharmaceutical companies don't have much interest in developing treatments for. They don't make money in low and middle income countries. So by building this technology from basic research through drug production, we give them the ability to make new therapies, treatments, vaccines for diseases that affect their populations. It also builds capacity. They'll now be building scientists to study these, to make the vaccines, to do the clinical trials. So it gives them access to technology, access to new medical treatments, the most advanced medical treatments, and access to better living. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Drew. And that actually was the perfect segue into our next section of the meeting, which is on priorities for global health. And as well as being guide, my other role today is that I'm supposed to be timekeeper. And we have a lot to get through. And so I'm afraid we need to close this panel and move on to the next section. So thank you all very much indeed. You'll see all three of these people again soon. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So, of course, the very hopeful video you saw at the beginning of the meeting paints a beautiful picture of how health has improved. But as we've been hearing, those improvements are not equally shared out around the world or between groups of with different socio-economic ability, how would you say it? Different socio-economic groups. And so our next section is devoted to a consideration of priorities for global health. And to start us off, we're going to meet Ola Rosling, who is president of the Gapminder Foundation and the author of the book Factfulness. And he sent out some questions that many of you have answered. So he's going to tell you why you went to the trouble. Now, please welcome Ola.
Hello. Can we start by raising our hand if we answered my questions? Yes, to see. That's an amazing response rate. Clap your hands, please, just for that achievement. Because unfortunately, there will be very few opportunities to clap hands. We're going to look at your results. And I'm actually a bit nervous. A prerequisite for good health is that you are alive, right? And I wonder if I will come home alive after this. If you want to check the data sources to defend yourself and so on, you can follow this link. Let's start with the first question. I'm pretty nervous, actually. I bought this new shirt just to make sure that I look proper. I think my mom is in the audience somewhere. Are you here? Is she over there? Yeah, we clap your hand because maybe you will have to comfort me afterward. Yeah, clap your hands for my mother. This is a very difficult question for human beings to answer. In 1990, 58% of humanity lived in something called low-income countries. What the heck is that? How many are there today? Okay, let's look at this graph first. This shows GDP per capita, rich and poor, right and left. Up and down is sick and down is healthy. In terms of child mortality, the country sizes is population, the color is regions. The thing is that this was the world in 1950, okay? Since then, it has changed. Back then, there was a group of countries, 90% of humanity, called developing countries. And the problem that I see when I look at your results is that in your brains, you still have a group of countries called developing countries, which is the majority of people, the poor, the many. And that's why you score so bad. We're going to look at that. Let's fix the problem. Here it is. The world changed, okay? With vaccinations, antibiotics, but primarily mothers who go to school. Child mortality decreased everywhere, okay? In these poorest countries, right? In 1990, this was part of the question. 58% lived in so-called low-income countries. They were still poor, but the health problem had started to decline. And then with a healthy population, you can also get rich. Look what happened next. They stopped being low-income countries. They moved their countries out of low income during the last decades, and the rest of the world didn't really notice, right? We still think of them as the poor, right? But today, only 9% live in low-income countries. A majority, 73%, live in something called middle-income countries, which you never hear about in the news. That's where humanity lives. And then we in Stockholm, etc., we live in the high-income countries, right? But the problem for everybody, pretty much everyone, I have tested the public in US and UK with thousands of questions, and I extracted the trickiest one. Was it uncomfortable answering the questions? This is the selection where the public scores worst when it comes to public data. So this is an evidence lecture. I know what you don't know, so I make sure that I'm not telling you what you already know. The middle group is so big, I'm going to divide it in two, lower middle income and upper middle income. And that's what we really need to understand, because that's the majority. Child mortality, as was mentioned, dropped from 40% roughly of children dying before age 5 100 years ago. 10 times fewer. So if you're going to a party tonight or anything, now you have something to celebrate, right? Humanity just forgets to celebrate when we actually succeed. And then we tell our kids that everything is getting worse. No, we can tell them that because they are alive, right? Remember that. So, yeah, exactly. Yeah, clap your hands. Yeah. Take every opportunity to clap your hands. We will look at your results soon. I'm going to change this graph to size instead of population, the number of children. And then actually the two biggest bubbles are Nigeria and India, where most children die in 2022. So the differences between countries are quite big. But if we split the countries in terms of economy into 10 deciles by income, the health of different deciles in the countries look very different. Everywhere the poorest have higher child mortality still today, even though we have solutions for saving these children. It's money, right? There's actually very little new innovations needed to save these children. Hardly any at all, because our children survive, right? In Nigeria, the difference is enormous, right? Between the poorest and the richest decile. The same goes for other parts of the world. And everywhere, people in extreme poverty have more child deaths. Out of 5 million dead children in 2022, 2 million were in extreme poverty. If we go across all countries, even in the middle-income countries, some are extremely poor, of course, and then they have the high child mortality. There are differences, but generally this is how unequal the world is, right? Half of those deaths are attributed to some form of undernutrition, either too little energy or too little nutrients in your food, right? The rest of us, we have enough food, as you can see. right? So this problem is solvable. It was solvable for all of us. The money, on the other hand, is up here in Stockholm and in the high income end, right? So this is tricky to answer these questions with the brain full of media images, stereotypes, outdated data, and you probably don't spend every day on the UN statistic website like I do. No, so it's tricky to answer, right? Actually, I asked this question in 32 countries. This is the correct answer. And only 7% of people answered it correctly. Here is your result. A big applause, you were better than the public across 32 countries and better than the Swedes, right? The general public knows, so you can go out and brag, I know stuff about public health. Unfortunately, these are ABC questions. And if I take them to the monkeys and give them ABC bananas, they have a 33% chance of picking the right banana. Yes, I'm glad that you laugh, because it's really fascinating how the human brain works. Across countries, how on earth can people score worse than monkeys? Country after country after country. We have very similar human brains. We have stereotypes, we have outdated myths, right? That's what I'm working with, trying to fix. This is what people answered across the countries. These are the 12 questions. I'm going to go through them, and actually I try to comfort you by checking the AI bots. So last week we got the results. We have tested all the new chat bots, and here are their results. Unfortunately, they scored very well on all the questions. No, not all the questions. We should be super careful putting chatbots in the classrooms, right? Look, they may mislead our children, and here are the human results. We can sort them by your score. Actually, there was one question where you scored better than monkeys, right? That's comforting, right? But on the other questions, I mean, you care about public health. Why on earth would you be here otherwise? But when do you actually sit down and learn the facts? You talk to your colleagues and they are equally wrong like the general public, and we just confirm each other's misunderstandings. That's why we need to check data. It's really difficult. So I'm going to go through all of these questions. You have to speed up actually very much. Here are your results. You could score 12. The monkey scored 4. Actually, your average was 2.7. That's not perfect. 14% scored better. Here are the chatbot results. They were way better than human beings. Not perfect, though. 45 of you scored 0. Can you please stand up? Is that fun? Yeah, because it's embarrassing to be wrong. And that's the problem. We need to be humble and realize being wrong is an opportunity to learn new stuff. Okay? So let's look at these. First development, we looked at the mental health. I'm going to go through after lunch. And then the aging data. But let me now use the last part of this session to look into nutrition. Actually, only 8% of people die caused by nutrition overweight. You thought it was much larger, right? African child overweight. This question was obviously very tricky. 25% of children who are overweight live in Africa. But in our brains, Africa is synonym to hunger. So we can't answer this question correctly, right? It's just simple math. You could do it at home. Let me finish with this climate insight, which is absolutely amazing. Perceiving climate as a threat. 73% in the US perceive it as a threat. This is how you answered. You put US because you know they deny the climate, but they are just slightly below the other rich countries, right? Finally, let's look at the carbon dioxide. Right now, there was a few of the questions were about the climate. Because, of course, over time, while the child mortality was dropping down, carbon dioxide went up at the right end of the income scale. This is what it looked like in 2022. The last 20 years, US and EU actually declined CO2 emissions, like what we've been aiming for. We succeeded. Nobody knows that. We never talk about success, neither in child mortality nor in carbon dioxide. So if we split these countries as well into 10 deciles, you can see how the richest, of course, emit a lot more. I fly a lot of airplanes, super bad. So the difference within countries is the same when it comes to carbon dioxide like with child mortality. So I want to show the big picture of the world and make sure when we discuss future of health, we shouldn't have the whole world distorted in our heads, because then the discussion is useless, right? So it's better to check the data and make sure we know what it looks like. This is the emission. We can put them together, right? Here we have the need for sustainability. We need to be more sustainable. Actually, not them. Those at the poor end, they need more development. And we already know how to do that, right? But most people are in the middle. They have a little of both these problems. That's the big picture of the world today, which I want to make sure is updated in your minds. So when we move on in the afternoon, I'm going to revisit the other two themes of mental health questions, and then the last one about aging into the future with the demographic forecast, where you were super wrong as well. But I'm going to fix that. Thank you very much.
Wow. I think clearly we have to give Ola the prize for best shirt. So the dialogue is mostly about conversations, but we do have two more short talks. And they're on two topics that seem to underpin so much that we're going to talk about today. This afternoon, Michael Marmot is going to talk about health equity, but this morning, Christy Ebbe from the University of Washington, where she's a professor in the School of Public Health, is going to talk about climate change and health. So please welcome Christy Ebbe.
I want to thank the organizers very much for the opportunity to talk with you. And the previous talk was really amazing. It's rather daunting to come up here and think, I could talk like that. But I want to give you a counter narrative to the very important facts that you heard in the last few minutes. And I want to talk about the future. The recent past a bit, but mostly about the future and how the challenges of climate change and other global environmental changes might have for our health. I want to start with a figure on the left. It's very important when we're thinking about the future, about global environmental changes, to make sure that we understand it's not just the exposures. It's not just changing temperatures. It's not just biodiversity loss. As you just heard, it's about who is most vulnerable to the exposures that are created by these changes. And understanding that when we talk about these global environmental changes, we have to look at those intersections. And so I don't focus just on the exposure, I also focus on equity. The figure on the right is one of many, many, many figures showing the kinds of changes that are ongoing. At the bottom are a range of changes in our ecosystems. These are all because of what we do collectively as humans. These then affect our infrastructure, the social determinants of health, how wealth is distributed across countries. Those then interact with a range of other issues and then affect our health systems, our ability of our health systems to manage ongoing change, and then ultimately affect our health and our well-being. I want to just give two examples of an enormous field. And so the first is talking about biodiversity loss, which is another critical change that's ongoing on our planet, again, because of human activities. And that interacts then with climate change and with infectious diseases. Of growing concern, particularly after COVID, is what's happening at this intersection of biodiversity loss, climate change, and the viruses that bats can carry. And there's lots of concern about spillover and whether the next pandemic is also going to be a spillover from bat viruses. And these are rich areas of research. There's a lot that needs to be understood. At the same time, we do know a lot. And understanding then how these intersections take place. When we look into the future, we're looking at uncertainties. There's a broad range of uncertainties. And being more effective in preparing for the future means that we should think about how we're going to manage those uncertainties as much as how we're going to manage particular changes in our environment. A recent example for those of you who are not following dengue fever. Dengue fever is a mosquito-borne disease. The mosquito that carries dengue fever also can carry Zika, chikungunya, and yellow fever. Worldwide, it's a very important mosquito. There's several different kinds of these mosquitoes are all under the rubric Aedes, the genus Aedes. And they're changing their geographic range. Temperatures are going up, precipitation patterns are changing, and the result is they're moving into new places. There's been some scientific work, it's called detection and attribution, about the changes, particularly in dengue in the Americas, showing that the changes are because of climate change. I've got appalling numbers on this slide, that the outbreak this year has been beyond what anybody could have expected. Last year, there was a record 4 million cases. In Brazil, in February of this year, they said Brazil might have 4 million cases alone this year. It's now over 8 million cases in Brazil. Thousands of children have died from dengue hemorrhagic fever. States of emergency were declared. These are the kinds of concerns that we have with our changing environment and the lack of preparedness in our health systems. I was a little bit nervous about putting on a slightly technical slide, but yeah, the previous slides were pretty technical, so this doesn't seem too bad. When you look at these figures, the columns are regions in the world. And I'd read them out to you, but I can't read my own slides from here. But they're regions of the world. And the top row is malaria, the bottom row is dengue. When you look at each one of these, the very middle of that vertical bar is the equator. And this is asking how long could there be transmission season for malaria, for dengue in these different world regions into the future. The colors are different emissions of greenhouse gases that come from burning coal, oil, and other fossil fuels. And just look at the patterns. This is saying that the world is ripe for more epidemics because mosquitoes, ticks are changing their geographic range. There's going to be longer transmission seasons. So far, as always happens when you talk about these kinds of issues with health, I've been focusing on one issue at a time. But as you know from looking at the world over the last year, these things happen all at once. There's floods and droughts back to back. There's heat waves, wildfires simultaneously. And those all come together to affect our health and well-being. There's a couple of examples on the right. And I'm going to move forward because I only have 2 minutes left. And to echo the theme that you just heard, inequity is at the heart of global environmental change and health. That who's causing the problems are not who's suffering the most. I appreciate the emphasis across countries. The same is true within countries. That all of our countries have people who are poor and marginalized and who suffer the most from the changes that are ongoing. For those of you who can't read the slides in the back, the figure at the top is emission of greenhouse gases. At the bottom are diarrheal diseases and undernutrition, just showing you the very different patterns across countries. And it's not all bad news. First of all of the concerns we have with a changing climate are current problems. We could strengthen our health systems to make sure that we're prepared for them. There's lots that can be done on the preparedness side. On the side of reducing global environmental change, the very good news story is reducing emissions of fossil fuels, reducing the deforestation that's going on, can strongly benefit our health. And this goes into a lot of detail of all the benefits for health. We know that coal-fired power plants emit lots of air pollution, causes allergies, asthma, premature death. You reduce those, you reduce these avoided hospitalizations or avoidable hospitalizations, avoidable premature deaths. And understanding that means that we have more incentive to take action. This is an iconic figure from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change showing possible global mean surface temperature changes from 1900 to 2100, and shows that going from here forward, there's 5 different visions of what those temperature changes could look like. And those depend on how rapidly the world reduces emission of greenhouse gases. And importantly, people were put on this figure for the first time, that our future is going to depend, our individual future, and our family, our friends, and colleagues on what happens in terms of reducing those emissions. Finally, about 85% of the health risks of climate change are in children. I live in the United States. You say climate change, people think about polar bears. I hope you walk away from this and remember it's the children that are being affected. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris, very much indeed. So our next discussion brings together people from a number of different perspectives to talk about priorities in global health. We'll have Jeremy Farrar, who's the Chief Scientist at the World Health Organization, Michael Marmot, who I already mentioned, who's the Director of the Centre for Health Equity at University College London, Sanya Nishtar, who's the CEO of Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, and Carl Scow, Deputy Executive Director of the World Food Programme, where he's also Chief Operating Officer. This discussion will be moderated by Mariam Clayson, who is a Senior Advisor at the School of Global Public Health at Karolinska Institute. So please welcome them all. Mariam, over to you.
Great. It's wonderful to be here with these distinguished panelists to talk about the current state of health, the huge threats into the future, and what we can do about it. I will start where Ola referred to later today about the aging population. With the growing aging population, we also have growing burden of non-communicable diseases, cardiovascular diseases, cancers, NCDs as we call them. And Sanya, I'm going to ask you to put on your political hat as a former senator, a former minister in that block in the middle of transitioning economies, countries that are moving towards mid-income, and where you are faced with a dual burden, both the unfinished agenda of mothers, newborns, children, reproductive health, communicable diseases, and at the same time, this growing burden of non-communicable diseases. How do you prioritize in those scenarios, and what can we do?
Well, first of all, thank you for having us on this very prestigious panel. If I put on my hat of a former government minister, in the health sector, clearly you're looking at the unfinished agenda, and then you're looking at diseases, the non-communicable diseases that are rising. And in terms of the drivers of health, I think one must not always forget that the social determinants of health, as Sir Michael will tell us better than anyone else, is where you need to focus first. Because income, employment, education, reduction of poverty, the government social policy, clean air, sanitation, clean water, decent housing conditions, these have the strongest bearing on health status achievement. And clearly there's a huge interplay of government's policy, government's redistributive ability, and the robustness of the government institutions to deliver. And in that same vein, if governments are effective, they can create the enabling environment and the right regulatory arrangements to be able to tackle non-communicable diseases as well, and to promote healthier choices, which is what cross-cuts with healthier diet, physical activity, tobacco use, cessation, and reduction of harmful use of alcohol. So I would say that the government has a hugely important role to play in both these areas.
Thank you so much, and that's a very nice segue into what you have been working on, Michael, for many years, both thought about and taught about inequities, systems, and how we can strengthen that across the board.
Let's start with two obvious things. when people talk about health and health inequalities, the first thing is they tend to conflate health and healthcare. We know if you're sick, healthcare is important. No question, it's obvious. And we know poverty is bad for health. Both of those explain very little of the inequalities in health we see within and between countries. Let's take poverty. Go, thinking of Ola's slides, go to a low or middle income country, classify people by some measure of income or economic conditions, and what you see is a gradient. It's not just that the poor have high under 5 mortality, it's graded, and it goes all the way from top to bottom. If you go to southern Brazil and look at cardiovascular disease and classify districts, it's graded. It's not just that the poor have higher rates of cardiovascular disease, it's graded. It means we've got to deal with poverty, of course, but we've got to deal with inequality and understand much better, and I have been leading the charge on social determinants of health, to understand. And we heard a brilliant introduction this morning from the chair, and it was brilliant. I would disagree with her in one respect. She said, well, there's science and then there's society and politics. We can study that scientifically. We can study how those social forces and political forces and economic determinants impact on health, and we have to.
Carl, one area which Ola shows us is this thinking around the north versus the south, high income versus low income. And in your field around nutrition and food, that's one area where I think we are very much stuck into thinking that obesity, overweight is part of high income countries and not existing in low income, where we're thinking about nutrition in a sort of simplistic way. But I think you know very well, we have areas with hunger and starvation is the biggest challenge. We have obesity and overweight in low-income countries, and we are growing sort of a global picture of underweight and sort of overweight and malnutrition. And we still have the unfinished agenda that Sanja talked about, where malnutrition drives 50% of deaths among children who die prematurely. So great to hear your thoughts about this.
No, thank you, and great to be here. I mean, we work across all those areas that you spoke of, but I must say that this morning my head is very much in Syria. We have 500 staff in Syria, offices throughout the country, and that's just the latest crisis. Very much uncertainty, of course, what's going to happen, but like WFP does everywhere, and why we got the Peace Nobel Prize 4 years ago, we are there already delivering, whether it's in Homs, Hamas, and this morning trying to find ways also in Damascus. A lot of uncertainty, but what's certain is that people need to eat. And if they don't eat, there will be starvation. And so food is, as always in this crisis, the #1 priority when it comes to humanitarian assistance. But this is getting increasingly difficult, because since we got the prize in 2020, the number of acutely food insecure, and that's people who have been hit by a shock, not chronic food insecurity. It's either a natural disaster or a war or some other shock, has increased threefold. We're now at some 345 million people who are acutely food insecure, and that's, as I said, 3 times only in 4 years. The resources to try to address this has remained more or less the same. For WFP, still significant. We're the largest UN agency, but far from enough. And so we are having to make really tough priorities. If I take the example of Syria again, 3 years ago only, we assisted some 6 million people. This year, we were down to 2 million. And that's a country where 3 million are determined to be in the kind of acute phase of hunger, what we call IPC 3, 4, or 5, meaning that we had cut off 1 million people who frankly were starving, mothers with many children. I was there a couple of months ago, and they frankly said it was better during the active phase of the war because, well, we had bombs over our heads, but we had food for our children. So, we need to be creative. How do we tackle this gap between these rising needs of acute food insecurity with their existing resources. And of course here, innovation will be key in the nutrition field. How can we find ways, data-driven, evidence-based, innovative solutions, whether it is about fortified food or other ways to really try to address this gap. But partnership also key, working with WHO and others. This is not something WFP can do by itself. We need to work governments, NGOs, and all the partners to tackle this challenge.
Yeah. So, Carl, we often say that give a fish and you have food for the day, but teach to fish and you will have food forever. What I think we hear you say is there is a role for a fish as well as fishing. So that's, you're hitting a very important point. And you pointed at our colleague Jeremy from WHO. We can have this discussion. We can have a discussion throughout the day that's driven by science and data. Some emerging health problems, large crises, do not have a solid database. If you take mental health, we still have a very weak basis for making decisions. And where there is data, there's action. Where there's no data, we often lack action. So how can we get more facts to drive priorities in the current circumstances? And Jeremy, I want to add another question to that. Some areas we have plenty of facts, like in the cost effectiveness and the value of vaccines, but we're facing alternative facts that are threat to the areas where we think we have a solid basis. So how, as a science director at WHO, do you tackle these scenarios?
It's a challenge. I was just talking to Charlie Rice there before we come in, and one reassuring thing is on a relatively dark 9 o'clock morning on a Monday morning, there's a huge audience here and online wanting to talk about science. And this whole week is a celebration of that activity. So amongst the deep challenges the world faces at the moment, we mustn't lose our sense of hope and optimism. Or our sense of inspiration, because ultimately that is what science is about. We live, certainly in my professional career, and I'm old enough to remember the Cold War. I was brought up in Tripoli, Libya, some tough countries. I've never known another more uncertain era to have lived through, to be honest. And myself, and I'm sure many in the audience, and certainly young people, are turning off the news because they just don't want to watch what's happening. And we're turning away and we're turning inwards. I think if you look at all of the great challenges we face, from food, and it's great to be here with the colleagues here on and vaccination, science has a role to play in each and every one of those, in my view. But I think we also need to have the humility to say that science on its own won't provide all of the answers. We are in a scientific golden age. But unless we reconnect, and my concern is we are diverging science from societies and communities, and we're diverging science from policy and political masters. And I think we have to reconnect those if we're going to try and ensure that the best evidence available is going to be informing the way policies are developed. And if we allow this scientific, societal, community, and politics to increasingly diverge, then I think whilst we won't move into a post-science era, we run the risk of not allowing our scientific evidence and guidance to at least inform policy making, whilst always in democratic and non-democratic systems, ultimately policymakers may hold those answers. In order to do that, I think we have to reconnect with the societies we're part of. And Assi, who used to be head of International Red Cross and Red Crescent Society, taught me something. Everything ultimately starts with communities and individuals and their families, and we must reconnect with those. And if we're not careful with the way that science is going on in a smaller number of countries, and in countries a smaller number of institutions, we will allow, if we're passive, science to increase inequality.
Sanne, I'm sure you have thoughts about this, being a leader of a group that is trying to ensure that every child is vaccinated and nobody's left behind, and at the same time facing these sort of alternative facts around vaccination. How do you tackle that?
Tackling alternative facts about vaccination, well, there's this huge buzz about vaccine hesitancy, but what we're seeing from countries is very different. We're seeing a huge demand for vaccines from countries. Of course, there are naysayers, But I would say that in the day and age of social media, the noise gets disproportionate to the actual level of the problem. I mean, I've had deep engagement with implementing countries. I've been to several countries in Africa. I was recently in the Solomon Islands. And mothers really value vaccination. Governments really value it as one of the most effective tools to reduce child mortality, which is what we just saw. There's a huge demand for new vaccines, such as the malaria vaccine. The world is really waiting for the tuberculosis vaccines, as Jeremy will tell you. The human papillomavirus vaccine against cervical cancer is one of our most effective vaccines, and there's a huge demand for it from countries. So yes, there's an element of vaccine hesitancy, but I would say the noise is disproportionate to the size of the actual problem, and the evidence of that is the demand that we see from countries. We have a huge pipeline that we are actually unable to, we're struggling to serve. But that should not make us complacent, and there clearly is an imperative to dispel the myths and the misinformation and to rely on evidence and information, and that's part of what we're focusing on.
You know, you're optimistic, and Jeremy too talked about optimism, and that shifting sort of the global to the local focus and look what the local demand is a very important part, I think, of thinking about globally, not just as a sort of global average, but what happens at local level. And some people saying it's time to shift from global to local and to think locally. Now, Carl, what about you? You talked about the difficulties of setting priorities, maybe at the expense of other problems. How can we avoid that?
Well, when I listened to the panel and the panel before as well, I wish I was, a carrier of more good news. I'm often with the bad news. I'm on the fish side, as you said. But we are also doing other things. I mean, if I point to something, it would be the homegrown schools meals project. I grew up here in Sweden. Having a school meal was, and it was given to me, and it's been so for the past few decades. But this is now a concept that is, taking momentum across the world. We set up a school meals coalition with Brazil and France in 2021 with an ambitious objective by 2030 to have all children in the world having a school meal. And the beauty with this concept is not only that it brings a nutritious meal a day to every child, but it also brings kids to school, not least girls. It improves the outcome of education. And if you do it in this homegrown concept, it also promotes local economy, farming locally. We hire women from the community into the kitchens. And so we've done this in 100 countries for the past few decades, and we're now bringing that concept together to governments. I was in Indonesia a couple of weeks ago. It's very exciting. The new president who come in there has declared that they're going to roll out this universally in Indonesia, and that's not a small thing. It's 85 million children, 85 million children. So we've set up a team of 20 people to sit with the president's office to see, okay, how did we do this elsewhere? And so some good news, I guess, I can bring to the table.
Right. Now, I'm going to put you on the spot, all four of you, and ask you how you would prioritize if you were forced to actually make a priority in global health. Why do we talk about priorities? Unfortunately, we are in an economically constrained environment, and we have to make priorities, especially with investors who are looking for the best buy. Michael, how would you prioritize? What would be your one priority, if I may ask?
It happens to me commonly. I produce a report. We have 8 domains of recommendations, and somebody says, what's the one thing you would recommend? And my response, one thing? Read my report. I would not. I've been an advocate for the importance of early childhood. We, investing in our children, get better education, early child development, nutrition, free school meals is part of it. Invest in our children. I would not throw old people on the scrap heap. I have a vested interest. The number of people who asked me this morning, can I help you with your bag? I thought, oh my God, I look worse than I feel. And I wouldn't prioritize housing and forget work.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't prioritize education and forget housing. And governments and non-governmental organizations do all of these. I think what you're doing is absolutely wonderful, but what you're doing is wonderful. And I wouldn't say give it all to him and don't give any to her. So if I was asked for one thing, I would say put equity of health and well-being at the heart of all policy making.
Thank you. So, Jeremy, what about you?
Yeah, I've learnt over many years not to usually disagree with Michael. And I helped you with your bag this morning as well.
Made me feel even worse.
I think the same as goes true, Michael. I think we have to also, Ola said it this morning, celebrate successes. We don't, as a community, do enough of the celebration. I think we have to reconnect evidence, science, with communities and with societies. And from a scientific perspective, I think if we must not, in the coming years, be passive in assuming some trickle-down effect of the benefits of science, we're going to have to be much more active and ensure that this scientific golden age doesn't lead to increasing inequality between and within countries.
Right. And wouldn't you say that there are so many interventions, programs with solid evidence base that that's not the distinguishing factor anymore? There are other factors that come into play beyond sort of the body of evidence we have, the political economy around how we make decisions and priorities.
Sure, but that's sort of a little bit what I was getting at earlier. This divergence that's gone on, I think, between the political class and the so-called scientific class and the bits in the middle, which we're really all part of. We have to reconnect those because I think most governments in most parts of the world want to make better decisions for their citizens, but increasingly that's focused away from a degree of expertise into a degree of ad hoc decision-making within some countries. And I think making sure that our scientific advice into governments is sustained over time, not just in a crisis, and that we don't allow the culture and languages between the so-called scientific and the so-called political communities to diverge any further, but we ensure that they come together.
Can I pick up the free school meals, the school meals? I've been interested in this. In Britain and many other countries, we have means-tested benefits. Let's direct all our programs at the poor. In the Nordic countries, by tradition, you've had universal programs. So here we have a tussle. My own view, and it relates to what Jeremy just said, is let's look at the science. Take free school meals. Should we give it only to poor kids, or should we give it to all children? Well, let's evaluate it. Now, in fact, I think the evidence is fairly good that if we have universal free school meals, there's real benefit. There will be politicians and people who reject that. That's, in a sense, okay, provided they're rejecting the evidence. They know what they're doing. If they say you're a communist because you want to give everybody free school meals, that's not legitimate discussion. If they say, no, I just don't want to, you know, my predilection, it may be good, but I don't want to do it because it doesn't feel right. Okay, that's politics, that's normal life. But let's get the evidence. I think the evidence is in favor of universal free school meals. And I'd like to have that out there, make that part of the deliberation, the discussion. And then if people say, we won't do it, they know they're damaging children's health and well-being by rejecting it.
Thank you. Carl, maybe you want to pick up on that. What would you advocate as maybe the most powerful intervention in addressing malnutrition?
Well, I was going to say school meals, but that's already gaining traction.
So you don't need to cover that one.
So, I mean, instead I would probably say prevent and end conflicts. Frankly, you know, I talked about the threefold in acutely food insecure. Partly that's driven by climate change because of extreme weather events, but the large numbers are really coming from conflicts. Sudan, 25 million acutely food insecure, half the country. And no one talks about it really. But really what we need is to end the war in Gaza, we need to end the war in Lebanon, we need to end the war in Sudan, and we need to now make sure that Syria doesn't implode and that there is no other war on the horizon. I'm not too optimistic, to be honest. Again, I'm not the carrier of good news, but certainly that would be the one thing that I hope for, and maybe around the corner there is an opportunity for that.
Thank you. Sanja, you get the last word in terms of your choice, you were challenged with that in the beginning, and you gave a very nice presentation across the board, but would you pick something to advocate for to investors on invest in this, and that's going to be a major share of the burden that you are averting through this intervention?
So just before I come to my choice of intervention, I just want to quickly connect back with your reference to the President of Indonesia. We had the privilege of meeting him 3 days ago, and he talked at length about his aspiration for a school meals program in a country as large as Indonesia. And I'd completely agree with you, Michael, because a school meal program ticks a number of different boxes. So it makes sure that girls are in school, it prevents school dropout, it's one of the most effective tools against malnutrition, builds human capital, which is the most important investment in today's economies. And of course, it's good for the local, for the local economy as well. And it was really inspiring to hear him talk about school meal programs at scale. But coming to your question about the one priority for global health, I think in terms of the principle, I cannot disagree with you, Sir Michael, that it has to be equity. But then in terms of the most effective intervention, I would argue for vaccination, for reasons other than the fact that I'm the CEO of Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, because facts speak for themselves. Vaccines have been one of the most significant contributors to reducing child mortality, halving child mortality, as we saw upon the screen today. Secondly, we know that when it comes to a pandemic threat, it's not a question of if, but it's a question of when. And although vaccines are not the silver bullet, they are one of the most important tools in our toolkit. Thirdly, I would say vaccines, because we have the mechanisms in place to intervene at scale. And fourthly, I'd like to mention something which is not common knowledge. The frameworks that we have in place actually promote sustainability as well, because today Gavi is working in close to 57 countries, and countries co-pay for their vaccines. So this year, countries have paid more than 200 million in co-financing payment, and as we proceed forward, this will further increase. So reducing mortality, an investment with respect to pandemics, mechanisms for scale, and tick the box on sustainability, I would argue for them to be a priority.
Thank you. This is a great note to end on. So thank you to all four of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, on the theme of looking older, I was on stage last week with a Nobel laureate in Brazil, in a high school in Brasilia, in front of a group of 15 to 18-year-olds. And we were there with our grey hair, and they were asking wonderful questions. It was a lovely interaction. And then somebody at the front, a girl, put her hand up, and she said, "I just have to tell you, you look like cartoon characters." She said, "You remind me of Sheldon Cooper from The Big Bang Theory and Doc Emmett Brown from Back to the Future." I don't know who was who and whether that was good, but anyway. Right, there's been so much discussion of the need to work across sectors. We thought it might be interesting to focus on one particular area of concern where that's very necessary, and so we chose antibiotic resistance. And before we have a little discussion on that, I'd just like to show you the first minute of a film, one of 3 documentary films that will be released next year, inspired by the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine. And these were produced by Grain Media and sponsored very kindly by the Novo Nordisk Foundation. So please run the video.
Día cero, profesora Cristina Dorado. Estamos en el desierto de Atacama, aquí en el norte de Chile. Vamos a empezar una expedición a los salares altoandinos para el descubrimiento de nuevos compuestos antibióticos, nuevas medicinas. Actualmente el planeta vive una crisis global de resistencia a los antibióticos. Hay bacterias que se han hecho inmunes a los antibióticos. Y esto contribuye a la muerte de 5 millones de personas cada año. Por lo mismo es tan importante que hagamos este trabajo antes que sea demasiado tarde.
Great, and so now I'd like to introduce Professor Joachim Larsson from the University of Gothenburg, where he directs the Center for Research into Antimicrobial Resistance, for a conversation. Joachim. So, antibiotic resistance. Part of the solution is to produce new antibiotics. How is that effort going?
Well, could have gone better, I could say. Some would say it's been a disaster for decades. If we talk about new classes of antibiotics against our most serious infections with what we call gram-negative bacteria, no new classes have been reaching the market for many decades. So that's a huge problem. We have got variants of a theme that are valuable, but no new classes.
And is that a result of the fact that it's just too difficult, or that there has been underinvestment, or both?
Both. So the companies don't really make money the way the market works today on antibiotics. And I think also we have picked those low-hanging fruits that we picked some decades ago, and it's become genuinely difficult to find new drugs.
And so I suppose the question is, why is resistance developing? And then?
Well, resistance comes automatically, basically, when we expose bacteria to antibiotics through Darwinian evolution, basically, through selection of the fittest. So if some bacteria acquires the ability to grow in the presence of antibiotics, we get resistance. And I think for every antibiotic that has reached the market, resistance has developed in at least some of the bacteria that they are targeted against.
And how big a problem is this now?
Well, as big as at least 1 million people, or up to 5 million people dying from bacteria that are resistant to antibiotics a year. So it's a huge thing.
So there are a number of different strategies for combating it other than producing new drugs, and we need to talk about those. Tell me what they are.
So if we look at the map of the resistance situation in the world, we see huge differences between different countries. And the reason for that is largely that we have worked differently in terms of managing transmission of resistant bacteria. And some countries have been able to work much more with what we call antibiotic stewardship, using the right antibiotic in the right place. So avoiding the overuse of antibiotics, both in humans and in animals. So,
I mean, but how, the spheres of life that we have to think about, they become many and various. So, I mean, give a picture of the sort of areas that have to control their use of antibiotics, and we have to think about if we're really going to stop the spread of resistance.
First of all, of course, the use in humans, which is important because we have the pathogens there, so we expose them directly to the antibiotics there. Also in animals, we use much more antibiotic in animals on the planet than we are for humans. But also the environment, where we are releasing in some places massive amounts of antibiotics into the environment that completely unnecessarily drives resistance that then might come back to ourselves.
So that argues that we have to think about the way we deal with what, sanitation systems or?
Sanitation, particularly in terms of how we spread bacteria, fecal bacteria, so that we get infections that we then treat, but also how we treat our wastes containing antibiotics. That also contributes to the picture.
It's a very complicated picture. I mean, how do you begin to think about, how do you begin to dissect out the parts that need to be dealt with?
I think we need to work with antibiotic resistance similarly as we heard this morning from a sort of a One Health perspective, when we talked about the definition of health, in that different pieces come together. We have human health, we have animal health, and we have the environment. And the bacteria and their genes, they're moving across these three compartments. So it will not work out if we just focus on the human health side. We need to work in all three areas to really effectively manage this problem.
It's such an enormous task to focus on three areas. I mean, we were just talking about prioritization and how to choose between things. And it's also less, if you like, I suppose, sexy. I mean, it's kind of sexy to go after a new drug. To deal with, you know, everything is hard work and troublesome. So
who wouldn't like to have just a pill and then everything's fixed, right? That's the simple and easy solution. But what has paid off the most in the past has been investment in the less sexy things, such as transmission control. So I think that's something we need to focus on more.
But I mean, you see all these points of action, if you like. How do you convince people to work together across these different sectors?
So I think we need to tap on the selfishness in action, actually. So sometimes we hear the comparison between antibiotic resistance and climate change in terms of that both are dilemmas of a type that we're so dependent of what everyone else is doing. So in climate change, everybody depends on how other countries use fossil fuels, for example. And that's also true for antibiotic resistance. We are dependent on how other countries manage antibiotic resistance.
And I suppose another parallel there is that it's been basically richer nations who have benefited most, but poorer nations are perhaps suffering more.
True. We are using actually more antibiotics in the richer countries than we are in the poorer. But in the poorer countries, they in general have less transmission control. So that's why they have a bigger problem, I guess, to a large extent. Now, coming back to that difference here, in that I think that countries that have been able to invest in transmission control and antibiotic stewardship, they get paid off from that. So they have a better resistance situation. So I think convincing decision makers that if you invest in those aspects in your country, that will pay off, both in the short term and the medium term. I'm talking decades. So you will win, even if the others don't do their best.
So that's very different from climate change, that local action benefits local people.
Exactly, and that's an important message.
So you're really playing on people's, if you like, national selfishness.
In a way, and within a hospital as well, right? If you do it within a hospital, your hospital will be better off in terms of controlling hospital-transmitted diseases as well. But of course...
Perhaps selfishness isn't the right word to use.
Maybe not, but it is a driving force in many parts of the world, if we are honest.
One should be honest, yes.
Of course, I have to say here that it's not that easy, of course. We have countries that have much less opportunities to invest in those important things because of their economy, because of their political system, etc. They don't have the resources to do it as efficiently as others. But I think it's the overall way to go.
we titled this a slow pandemic. Why is it so slow?
It's slower than a pandemic driven by an airborne virus. They transmit very fast, as we have learned. Bacteria also travel across the world as fast as a jumbo jet, but they usually don't spread between people as fast as some of these viruses we generally are speaking about.
And that slowness is perhaps something to play on, again, because there is time for action.
There is time for action. I think there is still much to do that can be done that isn't done. We need to have, should have a, like the climate panel, we should have something similar, I think, also for antibiotic resistance to get together, because it is indeed a global challenge.
So you come from a university where there is a center for the research. Are you hopeful?
I'm hopeful in the sense that we can do much more. We can manage the problem, but I do not really have the sense of that we can solve it, because bacteria will continue and develop resistance when we are coming up with new drugs, like they have been doing for the last 80 years or so, unless someone thinks completely out of the box on how we should treat bacterial diseases. And that would be worthy of a new Nobel Prize.
Maybe that someone is sitting in this audience or watching online. Thank you very much indeed. That's been a fabulous conversation, and I'm sorry that we really don't have time to explore this in the detail it deserves, but it's been a lovely insight. Thank you very much indeed, Joachim.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you. Thank you. So we're coming towards lunch, and we thought we'd better think about food before we get to lunch. And if you like, when you get fitted with a microphone, as you all know, what the people in the sound box ask you is to talk about what you had for breakfast, so they can get your sound levels. And we sort of did a take on that, and instead we asked our Instagram audience what they had for breakfast, and they sent us some lovely images of their breakfasts. Just breakfasts from all over the world. And it's quite nice just to reflect on what different people around the world think breakfast is. We did also get a picture of an empty plate, which makes a point. There's one that comes up. Some of these things are easily identifiable. Some of them are rather complicated. There's one that comes up which has some beans and some toast, and helpfully is labeled beans on toast. Anyway, there we go. That's just to make you hungry, really. In setting up a conversation about food, we thought it'd be interesting to bring together two wildly different perspectives, if you like, and see if there's common ground between them. So we have in this conversation Carl Scow from the World Food Programme, who you've already met, and Nancy Clark, who is a sports nutritionist and dietitian working with some of the greatest sports people in the world from America. She was, for instance, the nutritionist for the Boston Red Sox. And they're going to be in conversation about the importance of food and nutrition. And it's going to be moderated by Julian Zierath from Karolinska Institute. And she was formerly the chair of the Nobel Committee in Physiology or Medicine. Here they come.
All right, great. So this is the session between you and your lunch. And I'm delighted to have Carl and Nancy here. And we're going to have a really discussion about people who have a lot of choices and perhaps people who we perceive as not having a lot of choices. So Nancy, I just want to start with you. So you are dealing with athletes and really physically active people. What are the kinds of questions do they come to you with? What are they interested in when it comes to nutrition?
They're interested in performance, but they're also interested in health, because if you're sick or injured sitting on the bench, you aren't very much of an athlete or an asset to your team. And I sit here this morning listening to all these people that are starving, and certainly they live in a world of abundance. But food is one of their...
They want to dial in prescriptions for muscle gain, endurance, resilience against injury.
They want to know, what do I eat? When do I eat? How much do I eat? How is it going to impact my performance? And there's been a big change in the past 20 years, 10 years, of how food used to be I just burned off 1,000 calories on my 10-mile long run. Now what am I going to eat?
Haagen-Dazs.
Yeah. And it's like the more you exercise, the more you can eat. And again, there's just a world of abundance and just on the seafood diet. I see it, I eat it. But today, people are, as you say, they're dialing in. They want to know, like, how many grams of protein? How many grams of carbohydrate? What's the best sports drink? So it's fascinating.
So really specific, in kind of the micro world. Yeah. And you deal really with the macro. I mean, obviously you deal with the world, but what kind of questions are coming to you and the needs of the people that require the services of the World Food Program?
I mean, it was fascinating to see all this presentation, because obviously there's been a lot of progress, but it's still pretty bad. I mean, 50 million children are suffering from wasting. 150 million are stunted, and every minute 5 children die out of malnutrition in the world. So it's pretty bad still, and beyond that, when children grow up having been malnourished, they live less healthy lives and obviously less productive throughout their lives. So it has a massive impact also on the economy. I think the World Bank said something, $1 invested in child nutrition is $30 back basically for a society. So we are together with UNICEF, trying to work towards, on the WFP side, really try to prevent children from, in the first place, end up in malnutrition. And then UNICEF is working on the kind of treatment side together with WHO and others. And again, I think the challenge we have, we know how to do it. That's not the difficulty. The challenge is funding, really, to have enough money to reach, the millions now that needs our support. And often it's also about access. In these conflict areas, it's very difficult to get to people. In Sudan, there are whole areas that are closed off, and we are not able to get to. So, yeah, that's a little bit, but it's, we are working on this, but we need more funding, more political support to get to people in need, really.
Well, some of what you raised is an inequity of food availability. And I want to contrast between both of your worlds. And, you described that perhaps there may be some countries where there won't be Olympians. So talk to me about inequity, and I'm going to actually come back to you about that topic as well. The availability of food and what that means for societies and individuals.
Precisely. I'm a part of a larger organization, Professionals in Nutrition for Exercise and Sport, and one of our goals is to bring sports nutrition around the world, because there are many countries where the children, one, they don't have access to food, so that they might be stunted. They'll never get to become an athlete to start with. But for those that do have that luxury of having nutrition, what do they eat? And how do they compete against the world stage, where other people are educated about carbohydrates and proteins and fueling up, fueling during, refueling afterwards? Like I say, there's a lot of inequity in the world. And it starts at a young age.
And that's the theme I think I'm hearing a lot today about reaching children. And you think about developing nations and the accessibility to get food and how that affects a nation, the equity of food, and the productivity of citizens moving beyond that. Can you comment on that from your point of view with the World Food Program?
I mean, it's not the availability really of food that is the problem. It's the accessibility, as you are correctly saying. And in many contexts where we work as well, it's really an issue of inequality. And so to change that, what we need to change is really the fundamentals of the economy and of the food systems in those countries. That we can't do as WFP, but we can advocate for that, and we can work with others like FAO and the World Bank and others to try to to promote that. But again, I know that it's to repeat somewhat what was discussed in the earlier panel, but we think that school meals is really a great concept, universal school meals, because that it also addresses this issue of unequal access, because it's also a concept where you can discuss nutrition with children as part of kind of the rollout. You're not only getting that school meal, but you're also talking then about food, not only with the children, but also in the community. So it's has had that impact also beyond in terms of the broader kind of nutritional education and awareness in communities.
But I think it's not just limited to this region of the world. I mean, we see this even, in your field, people becoming more educated on what food really means. Again, you can go back decades and think food was just a source, but now we know so much more about the kinds of foods we eat. My area of science is diabetes and obesity, and we're learning just processed foods versus unprocessed foods can have a big effect on our health outcomes. And maybe you're a nutritionist. Any thoughts on that? It's not just food anymore. We know much more about the precision of this.
Precisely. And athletes have so many choices. First of all, they choose, am I on the seafood diet? I see it, I eat it. It's yummy. Are they paying more attention to the impact of that food on their performance? And then they choose, do I want to be vegetarian or carnivore? Do I want to be vegan or vegetarian? Do I want to be an athlete who believes in the keto diet and having a very high-fat diet? Or am I more plant-based and carb-based? Am I eating an anti-inflammatory diet? Because when I'm doing all this exercise and all these injuries, I get little injuries that get inflamed. So that they're making so many decisions, but they have the opportunity to make those decisions. And I think that, but that said, there are athletes who, it's expensive to be an athlete. You burn off 4,000 calories a day, which is twice as much as the sedentary person who's eating 2,000. They have to buy more food. And not all athletes have access to that kind of money, so that budget isn't in.
Well, I guess, is there room for collaboration in this regard, for developing food sources that are perhaps more energetic? And I don't know if your team thinks about that. You obviously have nutritionists there on your team.
No. We have many nutritionists, and we are trying to integrate this also in our programs. I mean, often it's the urgent and the important that push, or the urgent that push out the important. But this is an important aspect, that we are making sure that the variety of food that is being shared is done, from a nutritionalist lens, so that we are effectively preventing malnutrition in our assistance. And there are, evidence-based solutions, like I mentioned before, the fortified food that can kind of then add to the value, even if you just add, 2-3 elements to what people are eating. So that's certainly a prioritized part of our work.
It sounds like two really different worlds, where you have elite athletes and you're having people who just need food. But ultimately, at the individual level, people all have the same needs. And I guess you're trying to reach that from different vantage points. So do you see any similarities between your two worlds, or are you so far apart? And I'm going to throw this to the two of you here.
Yeah. What I see is that food is one of life's pleasures. As a team, you work hard, and afterwards you celebrate with a wonderful victory meal. Or before the Boston Marathon, people get together and have pasta parties. And food brings people together. It creates memories. It should be a wonderful part of daily life. But my question to you is, when people are given their little ration, I mean, do they sit around a table and eat meals together, or do they get that pleasure?
Pleasure, I don't know. But I mean, if there would be one thing, top athletes are admirable people, often strong resilience. And I mean, the strongest people that I have ever met and that I meet are the people that I meet out in the refugee camps who basically have nothing. The way that these mothers, with their many children often, no men around, make their way through the day with the little they get and what they have, it's just impressive. Inspiring is maybe the wrong word, but it certainly motivates us to do more help them, really. And if they are getting the limited tools that we can give them, you know, they often find a way forward. So the strength of the human beings in those environments is really bare. And I think in that regard, I guess, somewhat relates to some of these top athletes that are also the stars of the world.
Well, I think also building the family experience, you know, and also giving people, in your case, there's a lot of uncertainty in their lives, but that's something that really brings people together, and it creates culture and memories. And also for children, it gives them a sense of security as well. In the same way, maybe you say the athletes can celebrate success, you know, they can celebrate the family unit in a chaotic world.
I mean, bread in the Middle East is something, you know, close to holy, frankly. When we were the first ones to be able to open up bakeries in Gaza after 6 months of war. And you know, the pictures and the videos that our colleagues sent from that first bread distribution to these people who held a bag of warm bread for the first time in 6 months, you know, it was close to religious, frankly, in its experience.
Yeah.
Reversely, though, when we have had to close down those bakeries over the past few weeks because of issues of getting wheat flour and fuel into those bakeries, it's causing a lot of tension, and people are desperate. Only some 10 days ago, we had 2 small children and a woman who died in kind of a stampede outside one of our bakeries that weren't able to open up. And so, yeah, that emotional aspect of food and what that means to people is something I guess also is universal.
Well, exactly. I was going to say very universal. Do you want to reflect on that or come back?
Food is life. Food is love. Yeah, and the fact that people will just stampede to get life and love. Yeah, it's powerful.
Another question just related to, you know, not everybody's the same. We all have different needs. I mean, I guess in the world of athletes, there's this precision health and precision nutrient. That may be a luxury in the world in which you work, but you still have people that have diabetes or they have other challenges where nutrition really matters. Maybe you can discuss right now the concept of precision health and precision medicine, and maybe more on a global scale how you might deal with individual needs, because there are other health needs and nutrition plays a role.
Yeah,
Any thoughts there?
I have athletes who, I mean, they want to drill right down to the mitochondria and just how do you best fuel, what's the precise nutrient, or is it a nutrient, or is it the food matrix? There's so much that needs to be learned, but also we see that people are so different, just in terms of caffeine, which is a common ergogenic aid. You know, you have your cup of coffee before you go for your run. Some people respond, some people don't. So that we're seeing among athletic people who are so in tune to their body that they learn what works for them and their body. You know, pretty soon we'll have tests that tell them, well, this is why caffeine doesn't work for you. I mean, you sort of know this stuff already, but you can, you know, get precision medicine.
Markers, but I mean that's really micro again, and your world is more macro. But you still have people that maybe have obesity or diabetes, different stages of life. You have pregnant women who have different needs for their kids. Is that in the equation as well with the program? How do you deal with those challenges? Because not everybody's the same.
No, that's true. And we are increasingly working with middle-income countries to provide advice, drawing on the work that we've done across 100 countries. That's kind of a network of expertise and bringing that data together. And increasingly, as you said, also there are other challenges to nutrition that is more kind of on the obesity front, too much or the wrong kind of food. But to bring back to your question also about working together and that it's beyond food, I mean, if I stay in Gaza, you know, it's food, bread is not enough to survive. It's very clear. And so while we managed to, in June, July, stabilize somewhat the access to food, having more openings into Gaza, the big challenge now really is water, sanitation, and basic healthcare. I mean, again, we are down on food, so that's going to be a problem in the next month. But, you know, in these camps on the beaches of southern Gaza, have about 1 million people. There is no sanitation system whatsoever. You drive through rivers of sewage, frankly. Garbage everywhere, and children walking around ground in the midst of this. So when the rains now are about to hit, it's going to be a disaster, absolute disaster. And the food is going to be, well, one part of it, because that kind of is a key element for any resilience. But really, it's disease that is going to be the killing element going into this winter. So while the risk now with Syria imploding, that there is less attention on Gaza, I just hope that the audience here also walk home today thinking that we have a tough winter ahead of us in Gaza, in Lebanon, and more international attention and support will be needed to solve this and to avoid a disaster.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Going back to what you said about sort of like precision nutrition, I love to follow images and pictures of athletes. And if you look back, 10, 15 years ago to the athletes from Kenya. See, I'm from Boston, and we've got the Boston Marathon, and all these elite runners come from all over the world. And originally, the athletes from Kenya, they were so spindly, and they just didn't have the muscle mass. And now with better nutrition, or more access, I think it's called more access to nutrition. They have more protein in their diet and probably maybe different training access to building muscle or whatever. But you can just physically see the power of nutrition on one's physique. So if you compare the image of a marathon runner from Kenya in 2000, say the year 2000, and the year 2024, they're muscular and solid. And so sometimes what you think is genetics, sometimes is just lack of nutrition. But
right, and food is just a huge source for building blocks of life. And I guess you get to see that also in the programs that you have. You talked a bit earlier in the session about the sustained and the acute situations. And I think what you're talking about, Nancy, is something that's more sustained because situations changed and these athletes are coming out stronger. How do you gauge that, the acute versus...
It's good. No, it's a good question, because, I mean, if we are by any means going to kind of narrow that gap between now these needs that are rising and the existing resources, we need to work on solutions, no doubt about that. And so school meals is, frankly, part of what we consider kind of a solutions program, but we're also working more and more with climate adaptation in the Sahel, for example, by desertification, helping communities there to grow food and get their land back to be productive. So increasingly that is, of course, what we need to do, using what was referred to before, that better to help people learn to fish than give them a fish. But you need a fish to do the fishing. You need a fish in your stomach to do the fishing. And so I think that that's the balance we need to strike. And too often, frankly, we find ourselves just keeping people alive and not having the resource to be able to prioritize the more sustainable way forward and way out. But indeed, as you said, I mean, we need to work together with others then, having World Bank and other development partners come in and do with us more part of that sustainable solutions in many of these contexts, because it can't continue to deteriorate the way it is now.
No, and I think all of these steps really have a big effect down the line. I have very little time left, but I want to acknowledge a program you have where you're focused on young girls and trying to find ways to keep them in the schools and creating situations where perhaps they're not home doing all the food preparation. And that actually just giving kids the opportunity to be kids and have lives and become productive citizens is really a great thing that your organization is doing. And you see this even in the athletic field where there's new players on the ground. So I'm going to have to wind up here, but I hope by the end of this, and you're 2 minutes away from food, but I think you can see it's certainly complex. And there's a lot of intersection between health and performance, economics and humanity as well. And I think we should all take some time to really enjoy the company when we have our lunches today, because this is something that brings us all together. So thank you so much for your conversation.
Thank you.
I'd just like to thank you all for having this conversation, because bringing these hugely different worlds together, the stark contrast, it's not an easy conversation to have, it's a challenge. But it's important to try and have challenging conversations at a meeting like this, and you did it beautifully. And I just want to thank you all.
Well, it was tough, but we had a great panel here, so thank you.
Anyway, Might as well
right.
please stay, because I mean, it just seemed important to try and emphasize the common humanity before we all break for the relative abundance of the lunch that we're to share now. And I just wanted to say that you can go to that lunch either through that door there or these doors at the top. And if special guests wouldn't mind going out that way, following people with signs. And we restart at 1:20. We're going to do something to this room while you're gone, so I'm afraid everybody has to leave, which means you all have to go and have lunch. Enjoy. Thank you.
Thanks.
Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. So before lunch, we talked about food. After lunch, what did we talk about? Sleep. I'm delighted that we're joined by Michael Rosbash, who was one of the 2017 Nobel Laureates in Physiology or Medicine for unraveling the molecular mechanisms underpinning our circadian rhythms. So he's going to join me for a conversation on stage. Michael, please. See? I think you're over there, please. Thank you. I think it's a little risky putting pictures of pillows up when people have had a nice meal, hopefully a nice meal. So we're all aware that a good night's sleep is good for us, but you, working on fruit flies, found out some of the drivers of our body rhythms, and those fruit flies' mechanisms turned out to be transferable, if you like, to humans, that evolution has preserved those systems. What do we know about how important sleep is for our health? Let's start there.
So there are two broad aspects of the problem of sleep. There's why we sleep, and there's how we sleep. And I think in some ways, the why question is more interesting, perhaps because it's less understood. Different people have different views on this question, not surprisingly, but in my opinion, I don't think we really understand why we sleep. What is the deep function of sleep? What does sleep do? In other words, saying that it's important and that we feel terrible without it and it causes problems doesn't really tell you why. It just tells you it's important. And people disagree on this topic because in some ways the things which don't work well when you don't sleep are so profound that it's almost as if we understand why we sleep, but I think we really don't. What metabolic process, what profound molecular gear doesn't work well when we don't sleep? I don't think there's a well agreed upon answer in the scientific community, in the same way that there's an agreed upon mechanism which underlies circadian rhythms. So I'll come back a bit to what goes wrong or what societal implications unfold as a consequence of poor sleep. But I think the how of sleep is a better understood problem, at least part of it. So there's a circadian component, a time of day component to sleep, as you implied, the mid-afternoon slump. And that's really because this inexorable ticking, this metronome-like clock that we all carry around that ticks away and makes us maximally alert in the morning, most of us, and depression in the afternoon, and then another period of alertness in the early evening, and then by 10 o'clock at night, 11 o'clock, we're very sleepy. So that's a very regular process which occurs almost without interruption in almost everyone. And I use the word almost all the time because there is heterogeneity in the human population, just along with really everything one chooses to measure.
And we could start with my teenager there, who is completely shifted.
And I wouldn't call that so much exceptions, but just as aging has an impact on this, that older people are different from younger people, the teenagers are maximally different, and that's, again, almost universal, but almost means there's occasionally an exception. So there's the circadian pattern, and then there is a second control system which is called the homeostatic system. And that mysterious word simply means something is keeping track of how much sleep we've had and how much sleep we need, and whether we're well rested or poorly rested. So I got off an airplane from the United States a couple of days ago, and so I am suffering from sleep deprivation. And when you are sleep deprived, you sleep longer and you sleep deeper. And so you're making up for lost sleep. But again, you can ask a deeper question. Well, what is keeping track? How does that work? And we really don't know. We don't know what molecules do it. We don't know what part of the brain, or indeed if it's only the brain, which is keeping track of this. So the circadian system, we know where it is, we know how it works. That's why I'm here, because we figured that out in fruit flies, and it turned out humans work in exactly the same way with the same molecules, but the homeostatic system is still a mystery. And so the real world consequences of this, both for chronobiology and for sleep, are the following, more or less. So chronotype, this is early birds and night owls. So early birds have a slightly earlier clock. Night owls have a later clock. As I said, aging people move on the earlier side as they get older. Younger people have the later chronotype.
And are there health differences between those two chronotypes?
It's a natural evolution. So no health differences that one can discern. However, early birds who are forced to be night owls, or more commonly, night owls who were forced to be early birds, there are health consequences. So for example, everyone in the Western world operates on a time system which is not necessarily in harmony with our natural clocks. So alarm clocks, 6 in the morning, they ring, and you've gone to bed at perhaps a bit later than you should have. And so that tends to disrupt your natural systems. And so the fact is that on Saturday and Sunday, on Saturday morning and Sunday morning, people actually sleep. They go to bed later and they sleep later. So that turns out to be a manifestation of sleep deprivation because you simply shifted your clock. So the fact of the matter is that there is mild sleep deprivation in the entire world because of a disconnect between natural chronotype and the practical world that we have to live in. More extreme, I might add, for teenagers who have to get up at that hour and who've perhaps gone to bed at 2 in the morning.
Well, just telling him that it's bad for his health to get up in the morning is just going to make matters worse. So we'll keep this quiet. But if we focus on how circadian biology really impacts health through, for instance, the cycling of drug targets and the action of drugs and drug half-lives, for instance.
So there is a growing interest in trying to match therapy drugs, for instance, and even something like chemotherapy with time of day application. So some of this has been circumvented by having drugs which have a very long half-life. They live in your system for a long time, and consequently they persist, and there's not as much of a problem with drugs that disappear early. But nonetheless, most people, for instance, in the US, I'd say a very large fraction of the middle and upper middle class population take statins for cholesterol therapy, and that is advised to be taken in the evening because that's when the target is maximally active. That target of that drug undergoes very dramatic time of day oscillation in the liver, and consequently it's maximally effective to take the drug at the time when the target is maximally vulnerable. And so there's interest in this kind of problem. There's some recent literature. As a fruit fly geneticist, you can imagine I haven't had much to do with chemotherapy, but as a professional, but I pay attention to the literature, and there is a growing interest in some of this work. Immunotherapy for cancer, for instance, is very recent results suggesting that time of day application is important. So that's a consideration. And you'll hear a little bit, I think, about feeding time not so much with respect to pathology, but with respect to optimal performance and even sort of how we live, et cetera, feeding fasting cycles.
But if you wanted to pinpoint in the sort of closing stages of this discussion, if you wanted to pinpoint the ways in which you think that circadian rhythms interact most profoundly with health, what would you say?
Well, I think being well rested, getting a good night's sleep. For instance, a not very well known fact is that sleep deprivation, chronic sleep deprivation, and by that I mean the 1 or 2 hours too little sleep that many of us get every night. So a very, very common phenomenon in the Western world. That has a bigger influence on traffic deaths than alcohol does, much bigger. People falling asleep at the wheel, driving wheel. And so I think getting a good night's sleep and actually trying as best as possible to have your natural rhythm in sync with the kind of life you lead. Now that's a tall order for many people because they're
it's a tall order for us, but imagine the populations that were being talked about this morning, Syria and Gaza, for instance.
Right, so some of these considerations are very Western-centric. Because, for example, if you're talking to a bunch of upper middle class or middle class kids in the US, you're talking about good sleep habits, having a dark room, no noise, the lighting or the absence of lighting, the various circadian considerations that are important. And as you appreciate, of course, in the third world, in much of the world, noise, sleep, many people in a room with different kinds of demands on them. So this is very much a Western preoccupation. But you know, that's a famous Boston politician said all politics is local. And by that I mean you begin with your local environment and try to do as best you can in that kind of in those circumstances.
Thank you. And just to close, thinking of your local environment, what does a well-rested fruit fly look like as opposed to an unwell-rested fruit fly?
So you will be surprised to hear that sleep in fruit flies is exactly the same as humans. So for example, an old fruit fly wakes up several times in the morning and has trouble getting enough good sleep, just like I do.
Somehow it's comforting that we're in sync with nature. Yeah. Michael, thank you very much.
You're welcome, Adam.
Thank you. So, Michael will reappear in another panel momentarily. But first, we're going to focus on you. It's time for you to focus on yourselves. As Rosanna Holmström, who is an athletic breath coach, and Roshi Derakshan, who is a licensed psychotherapist, are going to come on stage and make you focus on your breathing in what they call a breathwork session. So please welcome them.
So in a world filled with constant stress and distractions, imagine having a tool that can help you reduce stress and enhance both your mental and physical performance. That tool is your breath. Breathwork is more than just breathing. It's a bridge between the body and the mind. Today we'll show you how simple breathwork techniques can optimize your mental and physical states. Breathwork activates the parasympathetic nervous system, which can lower cortisol levels in the body and can reduce and balance the nervous system. It's effective for reducing anxiety and for supporting trauma recovery in a way that other practices don't. As a licensed psychotherapist, I've seen firsthand the powers that breathwork has brought to clients by accessing and processing emotions in a way that talk therapy alone can't reach, allowing for self-awareness and emotional integration. Breathwork can help to enhance performance by optimizing oxygen and carbon dioxide balance in the body. Breathwork is a vital tool for this, and I've seen how, with athletes and high performers, how breathwork can help them enter flow states, access peak performance, and perform under a lot of pressure. We'd like to invite you to try a couple of breathwork techniques with us. We're going to start with one called the psychological sigh. So myself and Rosanna are going to guide you through the next few minutes. And the first part of this exercise, we're going to breathe deeply into the belly and to the chest. So we're going to do 2 inhales through the nose and exhale slowly through the mouth. Now I invite you to find yourself in a comfortable position. Place both feet firmly on the ground, your hands on your lap if that's comfortable. And close your eyes while we start some background music, and I'll guide you through the next few minutes. So let's start by taking a deep breath into your belly and into your chest, and sigh it out. See if you can connect to your breath and just notice how it travels up and down your spine. Breathing fully into your belly and into your chest, and sigh on your exhale with a relief. And just notice any physical sensations in your body. Notice how your breath is traveling through your body. It's okay if you feel a little dizzy. It's okay if your mind is wandering. Use your breath to anchor you back into your body. Stay with your own rhythm. Really connect to your breath, engaging your belly and your chest. And sigh on your exhale. See if you can really slow it down and feel it more. Just notice. Just be mindful. We will now transition into another breathing technique called box breathing. So you can keep your eyes closed and just exhale all the way out through your mouth first. And start to breathe in through your nose for 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold your breath. 2, 3, 4. Exhale through the nose. 2, 3, 4. Hold at the bottom. 2, 3, 4. Breathing in. 2, 3, 4. Hold. 2, 3, 4. And exhale out. 2, 3, 4. Hold at the bottom. 2, 3, 4. Now continue counting quietly in your head. And just follow the breathing pattern in and out through the nose. Try to relax your face while you're breathing. And if your mind wanders, try to anchor it back to your breath. So breathing in for 4 seconds. Hold at the top for 4. And exhaling out for 4. Holding at the bottom for 4. Just keep guiding the breath in and out through the nose. And notice if anything shows up, any bodily sensations, any emotions. Just see if you can be present in the body. And making the breath a little bit deeper on the inhale. Just keep guiding the breath in and out through the nose. And on your next exhale, you can let go of the control of your breath and gently start to open up your eyes, coming back to the space. So as you now experienced, breathwork is a simple tool that can help you reduce stress and find performance in your life. So practicing breathwork regularly can help you to stress less and be more present in your daily life. We encourage you to use your breath with these tools and bring them into your routine so that overall, over time, you can improve your overall health. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. I'd like to say hello to the 43 high school scholars from the National Society of High School Scholars who are visiting here on a Nobel program. Some from Hong Kong, some from the US. Are you here? Oh, you can shout louder than that. Hooray! Round of applause for you all. Thank you very much indeed. Now we have the second of our talks from Michael Marmot on social justice and health equity. So please welcome Michael back to the stage.
Social injustice is killing on a grand scale. We put that on the cover of the World Health Organization Commission on Social Determinants of Health. We showed there were huge health inequalities between countries and within countries. We said putting them right was a matter of social justice. They're not fixed. Ola Rosling showed us this morning how rapidly they can change. They can get smaller and they can get bigger. And within many high-income countries, health inequalities have got bigger. Social injustice is killing on a grand scale. It may seem very complicated. If these social and economic inequalities are really the cause of health inequalities, they're so deep-seated, what can we do about them? We reviewed the evidence. We said inequities in the conditions of daily life, the conditions in which people are born, grow, live, work, and age, and inequities in power, money, and resources give rise to most of the inequities in health that we see. Now, this was a global commission for every country in the world. I'm going to give you the example of my own country, the United Kingdom. I was asked back in 2008, after we published the WHO Commission report, which I led, could you do a report translating the findings and recommendations of your global report for one country, England? I published a report. It became known as the Marmot Review. That's me. And we called it Fair Society, Healthy Lives. It was a statement that health is telling us something fundamental about how well society is meeting the needs of its members. If health is improving, it's a reflection of the fact that society is improving. If health inequalities are getting bigger, it's a reflection of the fact that inequalities in society are getting bigger. To put them right, we need a fairer society. Well, that sounds all a bit airy-fairy, fairer. We had initially 6 domains of recommendations. Give every child the best start in life, education and lifelong learning, employment and working conditions. We said, number 4, in a rich country, everybody should be able to feed their children. They should have enough money to pay the rent. So minimum income for healthy living. 5, healthy and sustainable places in which to live and work, including housing. And 6, taking a social determinants approach to prevention. We've now added 2, tackle racism, discrimination, and their outcomes. And of course, the 8th one should have been there all along. Pursue environmental sustainability and health equity together. I produced my report in 2010. Now, I maintain the fiction that I'm not party political. I just look at the evidence. What happened after I produced my report? We had a change of government. Correlation is not causation. I don't think my report led to this. But we had a change of government. The Conservative-led governments that we had went completely in the other direction. They increased child poverty, they stopped spending on education, they reduced funding to local government. And 10 years on, I produced the Marmot Review 10 years on, and I said life expectancy had more or less stopped improving. inequalities in health had got bigger. In fact, we calculated that arguably austerity had led to 148,000 deaths. If government policy led to 148,000 deaths, I think you could say that social injustice is killing on a grand scale. People living in the poorest communities, their life expectancy went down and their health got worse. The second most common question I get asked is, why aren't you depressed? You've been purveying these messages for some time, and no one seems to be listening. They are listening. The English city of Coventry declared itself a marmot city. They took my recommendations and said, they may not be doing it nationally, we'll do it in Coventry. And it wasn't the health and care system, it was the city council, the voluntary and community sector, the police, the fire and rescue service, education, working together. So I went to Greater Manchester, said Coventry, you know, who's heard of Coventry? If Manchester did it, everybody's heard of Manchester. The mayor said, do it. So we worked together. Then I went to Liverpool, said, do you know what they're doing in Manchester? So we did a report. Then I went to Newcastle and said, you know, Scotland said they want to be a marmot country. By early next year, we will have 50 marmot places in England, Wales, and Scotland. I used to go around the world saying I was an evidence-based optimist. A Brazilian colleague pointed out to me in his thick Portuguese accent, you're using the English language incorrectly. You're not an optimist, you're hopeful. The difference is optimism and pessimism, two sides of the same coin, express an absolute certainty about what's going to happen. It's going to get worse or it's going to get better. Hopefulness is something different. Hopefulness is a stimulus to action. In fact, why would we act if we weren't hopeful? Václav Havel, Czech dissident, playwright, and first leader of post-communist Czechoslovakia, said, hope is not prognostication. It's an attitude of the spirit. It's doing the right thing regardless of the outcome. Colleagues, I invite you to join me in my hopefulness that we can create a fairer world. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Michael. Thank you. Thank you. Michael, you seem to be another sort of super tool that can be applied to solve problems. In fact, when I read the title, the super tool you didn't know you had, actually I thought of my Swiss Army knife that I keep on putting in my handbag and taking through security in airports. My mistake. The next panel is going to be focused on infectious disease. You've already met Sanya Nishtar, Chris Ebi, and Drew Weissman, and they're going to be joined by another Nobel laureate, Charles Rice, who was awarded the 2020 Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine for his role in the discovery of the hepatitis C virus. And those four are going to be moderated by Owen Gaffney, who's the Chief Impact Officer of Nobel Prize Outreach. So, over to you, Owen.
Okay, here we go. Take a seat here. Cool. So we're going to talk about pandemics, infectious diseases, and vaccines. And Arundhati Roy, she said during the pandemic that a pandemic is like a portal into a new world, and it always has historically been there's been a before and after. It's changed the world. And I'm going to start with you, Sonia. So, what have, from Garvey's perspective, going through this pandemic, what have we learnt from this on how we cope, how we cooperate, how we deliver, how we develop vaccines and get them in arms, and everything else that came with it?
So thank you for that question. There were many learnings from the pandemic, and those learnings were for countries, they were for different global health entities, they were for WHO, which is the steward of the response in case of a pandemic or an emergency. But from Garvey's perspective, as you've encouraged me to focus on, there were three key learnings. One of the learnings related to the timing of Garvey's response. Because when an emergency strikes and the vaccine is available in the market, you should be able to respond very quickly. And Garvey at that point recognized that we didn't have the institutional arrangements in place to do that, which is why, so based on those learnings, we created an instrument called the First Response Fund, which makes liquidity available on the day the pandemic is announced. And we actually set up the fund, and then we tested it when the Mpox emergency struck. So we were able to order the largest consignment of Mpox vaccines, 500,000 doses, just 3 days after the pre-qualification of the vaccine, and 30 days after the announcement of the emergency. So we tested the mechanisms of the instrument, and that was the first learning. And of course, a learning is useless unless you take remedial action. So just to let you know that the learning cascaded into concrete action, and that action has also been tested, as I just mentioned, during the Mpox emergency. The second learning related to the robustness of the routine immunization system. Because if routine immunization systems function, workforce, and I'm talking about workforce, supply chain, logistics, the data layer, the hardware, all the elements of the health system, if they function within countries, you can rely on them during pandemics and build surge capacity, which is why we are making enhanced investments in that area going forward. And the third learning was specific to Africa, because as you know, Africa was behind the line when it came to access to vaccines. And learning from that experience, we put in place what is called the African Vaccine Manufacturing Accelerator, which is a $1.2 billion financing facility which is meant to act as a catalyst to signal to the investor to invest in Africa and bolster sustainable commercial vaccine manufacturing on the continent. So there were these three learnings specific to Gavi, and I'm very pleased to let you know that we've learned from those experiences. We've built the right institutional mechanisms, and we've also tested them.
Excellent. And then, so from Gary's perspective, what are you thinking about now? What do you think are the big risks, today and over the next few years? You mentioned Mpox. Where else do you see threats that can be addressed?
Well, with climate change, there are, there's no dearth of threats with climate change the way it is. We just had a brilliant presentation looking at the statistics of dengue and how alarming that is. Across the Atlantic, it's the influenza brewing up. But basically, from our perspective, we look at different scenarios and we see whether our response mechanisms are adequate for those scenarios. Number one, if there is an outbreak or an emergency and the pathogen is known, and the vaccine exists in our stockpiles, how do we mobilize? The other is a situation when a pathogen is known and the vaccine exists in the market but is not in our stockpile. How are we going to get mobilized? Number three, if the pathogen is known and the vaccine is pre-qualified, I beg your pardon, is licensed by one regulator in a country but not pre-qualified by WHO, which was the scenario with Mpox. How are we going to, what is it that Gavi is going to do vis-a-vis a situation where the vaccine is not in the market, it's in the upstream leg of development? What do we do? And a scenario when there's disease X.
Okay.
Neither the pathogen is known nor there's a vaccine. So there are different response mechanisms.
We'll come back to that. Chris, you were talking about dengue earlier, talking about malaria, Zika. Where do you think the risks are immediately that you're concerned about, and then further on this century?
One of my complaints about life is I was not issued a crystal ball. And all of us would love to have those. We don't know. And that's why the emphasis on preparedness. And two comments I'd like to add from the learnings from COVID-19. One is the importance of taking systems-based approaches, of stepping back and looking beyond health. That often health is tripped up because it didn't consider what might happen with supply chains, for example. Not in this case for Gavi, but in many cases there just hasn't been this bigger picture. The second is the future is not going to look like the past. And to put in place the mechanisms to think about how the future is going to be very different. One thing that can be learned from military around the world is they engage in wargaming on pretty much a daily basis, recognizing that preparing for the last war is not going to help them prepare for the next one. And these are desk-based exercises looking at a range of possible futures. And often the future, even with the wargaming, isn't as extreme as what actually occurs. Yeah. And I think, for example, I live in the Pacific Northwest. The heat dome that hit us a couple of years ago was accurately forecast, but it was so extreme, nobody believed it. And those kinds of situations are happening more often. The flooding we've seen in so many countries and how that affects access to care. What that means for incubation of a variety of infectious diseases and becoming much better prepared for a range of possible futures that, frankly, humans are not very good at imagining.
Yeah. Now, Charles, as Adam said, you were awarded the Nobel Prize in Medicine and Physiology for the discovery of the virus causing hepatitis C. So tell us a little bit about, where are we? Well, it's affecting 50 million people worldwide. Hepatitis generally affects about 300 million people. But there's no vaccine for it yet. Where are we on that path?
Yeah, certainly no vaccine yet. I think, at least in terms of treatment of hepatitis C, I mean, we now have drugs that will cure, virtually everybody that's treated. But in order to really sort of control this infection, which still persists in about 50 million people around the world, I think we all sort of generally agree that we do need, a vaccine in addition to these small molecule therapeutics. And the efforts in that have really been very disappointingly slow. And part of that had to do with, I think, trying to sort of, the major players that would be developing a vaccine were actually sort of looking at progress on the therapeutic development and saying, well, if they come up with a pill that you can take once a day for a couple months or 3 months, do we really need a vaccine? But in fact, we do really need a vaccine because, even though we have these medicines, they have not been sort of delivered to people that are in still high risk groups for acquiring hepatitis C. And so I think now, and this is really sort of based on, some of the work that that Drew and Katie and others did in terms of the COVID-19 vaccine, I think that efforts towards an HCV vaccine have been given a shot in the arm, so to speak. And there's more sort of activity in academia. And I think we feel that it is an achievable goal and one that we really need to sort of get back to working on.
But why are we specifically it's so difficult with hepatitis C compared to other viruses that we haven't made the progress, you think?
What, in terms of making a vaccine? Well, I mean, there are a couple of things that discourage people, I think, from working on a vaccine for hepatitis C. I mean, one of them is that the virus is incredibly variable. So in a single chronically infected individual, there are an estimated trillion variants generated per day, you know, sort of multiplied by tens of millions of people that are chronically infected worldwide. So it thought that, and then there's immense variability in terms of different genotypes of the virus. So again, coming up with a broadly protective vaccine was viewed as difficult. And then the other thing is that in about 30% of the people that naturally resolve the infection, 70% become chronic. Those individuals, although they're at somewhat lower risk of getting reinfected and progressing to chronicity, they can be reinfected. So if the natural resolution of the viral disease by your immune system doesn't leave you with a protective immune response, people felt that you know, doesn't bode well for developing a vaccine. I don't agree with that because I think, you know, basically the methods that we use to deliver viral proteins and antigens to elicit an immune response are different in the context of some of these platforms like the lipid nanoparticle mRNA technology compared to what the virus does, which is very effective. So I think those are some of the things that, you know, sort of said that this is going to be a challenging endeavor and maybe discourage the kind of activity that it really deserved.
Okay, now, Drew, so you developed with Katie Carrico the mRNA vaccine for COVID-19, and that's built on decades of research on mRNA. But how long did it take you to create the actual vaccine for COVID-19?
So honestly, it took about 15 minutes to design the vaccine. Once the sequence was released, we made a bunch of different variants because we weren't sure which one would work best. But the advantage of RNA is you just need the sequence, and once you've got the sequence, you can make a vaccine.
So, building on that, you know, your lab, it's astonishing how many diseases you're working on right now. I think in the last year, your lab tripled in size. Could you give us a few examples of of what you're working on, the diseases you're...
Yes, so what we think of virus vaccines as there are easy ones and there are difficult ones. So HCV, influenza, HIV, malaria, TB are difficult. But we've gone beyond just standard infectious disease vaccines. We're working on vaccines for autoimmune diseases, vaccines that turn off specific immune responses. We're working on in vivo gene therapies. So what that means is instead of taking cells out of a person's body, which is difficult and expensive, we do the gene therapy in the body. We direct the lipid nanoparticles to the bone marrow stem cells or the liver or the heart or whatever organ you're treating. And you deliver Cas9 gene editing that can fix the genetic defects. So my dream 5 years from now, hopefully, is to go to somewhere, probably in Africa, but anywhere in the world, with an igloo cooler full of RNA LNPs that will cure sickle cell anemia with a single injection. And I think that's possible. Gene therapy, therapeutics using RNA is in the body. You just give the RNA LNPs and they do the work in the body, and that's critical.
And I have a list of things from your website on some of the other things you're working on: HIV, herpes, Lyme's disease, avian flu, norovirus, Ebola, and you're also working then on AI tools as well to help with discovery. And this idea of pan vaccines too. Do you want to say something about the idea there of vaccines for multiple diseases?
Yeah, so if we look at pandemics, most viral pandemics have been caused by influenza and coronaviruses. The issues with both of those is they have animal reservoirs, and we never know what the next transfer, crossover, is going to be. So for influenza, we see bird flu is now infecting cattle and cattle milk. We see coronaviruses are constantly crossing over. So instead of making a new vaccine every time a virus crosses over, our idea is that we make a vaccine, one that treats all influenza viruses. So no matter what crosses over, from a bird, from a pig, from a chicken, from whatever, people will be protected. And the same with coronaviruses. We make a vaccine that protects against all coronaviruses capable of crossing over from bats. Then one vaccine either treats the next infection or prevents it from ever happening.
Now, it is remarkable, and so Sanya, Chris, any reflections from your perspectives then on the potential here and the priorities before we close?
Obviously, enormous potential. It's very exciting to hear this. And looking at the upstream issues of access to care, of being able to get accurately diagnosed, doesn't exist in many places. The challenges that have been observed with the polio vaccine, because it has not been possible to have the rapid diagnostic test kits that are needed to be able to say that we have an impending epidemic, we need to take action. And so those are critical, and it's critical that they are embedded in all of the approaches we heard from Professor Marmot and others about ensuring that our systems, our governance, are appropriate to be able to address the situations as they arise.
Sanya, can I give you the last word?
I think it's fascinating to hear Drew talk about the possibilities for the future, and I think there's this huge opportunity for us to exploit synergy, because different institutions have different mandates and comparative advantage, from upstream science to delivery, which is what we do. And I think we need to collaborate better and get to understand each other better. I think there's a huge opportunity that the future holds.
Okay, well, Sanya, Chris, Charles, Drew, thank you so much.
So I know that everything demands more time than we give it, but at least we touch on things. And now we're changing direction again, going towards mental health. Of course, nothing is unconnected, and particularly during the pandemic, infectious disease very much led to a crisis in mental health. To start us off, Ola Rosling is going to join us again very briefly to review some questions on this topic. Ola.
So back again to my questions. The reason it takes too much time is because people speak too slow. I think you understand that by now. Here are the mental health questions that you answered. The first one, just quickly. What share of humanity are diagnosed with depression according to WHO? Correct answer, 5%. But when we want to care about people, we don't want to neglect it, so we exaggerate it in our minds. Next question. Actually, the data about depression first. This is the Lancet paper about prevalence of depression caused by the COVID pandemic. I just wanted to highlight the data problem. There's huge uncertainty. This is their estimates, and here is the underlying data. Yeah, you're laughing at it. It's a peer-reviewed scientific paper. We need to be a bit more careful, sorry. Next question. What happened to suicide rate globally, age-adjusted, during the last 20 years? Did it go up, the same, or down? And of course, you don't want to neglect the suffering of people who end their lives, right? So what I'm asking is, did the trend go like this, or in the middle, or down? Correct answer on most of my questions is the positive answer, because that's where people are most wrong, right? And actually, I was surprised. So we contacted like 3 or 4 suicide researchers, even to dare to show this, because it feels so counterintuitive. As long as we know that suicides are increasing somewhere, here are your results, right? And they are increasing somewhere. That's actually the real line. In the US, the line goes the other way. So maybe we're shaping our worldview based on the US media, right? And in US it was true, so we generalize it to the world. Now, suicide is terrible, and most mental health is difficult to get the audience to laugh, right? But here is one question. In which countries are people on average least satisfied with their life? Okay? Low, middle, or high? And I don't have to ask you to raise your hands because you have already answered. Here are your answers. Now you can guess which one is the right answer. Did anybody, yes, raise your hand, did you ever ask for lower salary? Like, oh, please, boss, I feel I'm so unhappy. Can you lower my salary a little bit? Because I think poor people are happier, right? That's how you answer. It's fascinating. As if, and this is what the public answer as well. There is a taboo saying that money makes you happier. But why are we struggling to get more money then, if that wasn't the case? These are the averages of all countries, income and happiness, the ladder of life. How happy are you between, or happy, it's life satisfaction really. And the region and size is this. So over time, of course, it changes. Keep an eye on India now when I start moving. India, the big red button, managed to be less happy with more money. That's quite unusual, actually. If you don't distribute the money, of course, that's happening because people see their rich neighbor. Anyway, in the low-income countries, they are generally lower down. There are huge differences between countries and, of course, between individuals. But even the happiest low-income country, Mozambique, is below all the high-income countries. And we, the rich people sitting in this fancy room, how can we even dare to imagine that people in low income who see their children dying are happier than us? Okay? Please laugh at that. That was very, very fun. Thank you.
Thank you, Ola. And you're going to see him again soon. Next time you have to speak even faster, Ola. So much to get through. Right, how do you deal with a topic as complicated as mental health? Well, one way was, we thought, was to have a conversation with Olga Tokarczuk, who you've met already. Now, Olga trained as a clinical psychologist, and in her writing writes a lot about mental illness and the spectrum that exists between mental, for want of a better word, normality and mental illness. And she's going to be interviewed by Mariam Clayson. Please welcome them both.
Thank you, Adam. I think I have to sit to the left. Yeah.
You to the left.
Yeah.
Hi, once again. Yeah. So thank you, Ola Rosling, for those positive things. It's become better. But first of all, before the first question, I would like to confess that this is only my profession from the very far past. I don't work as a psychotherapist anymore. I devoted myself not to facts, but to imagination, and all my job is just inventing things which are not real. So I'm not sure if I would be good source for information, valuable information here. But anyway, let's start.
I think on the contrary, to be very honest with you, it's a great honor to talk about the intersection of mental health and literature and your contribution to us thinking about mental health in a different way. So thank you. You know, when you talk to many young people who would argue that we have a mental health crisis, Ola, they would say that in order to tackle the rising anxiety, depression, suicide ideation, self-harm, those things that many young people are challenged with today, they feel that we really require transformational change, collective action, and that's being argued both at the individual, family, and societal level. You have been called, and I quote, an archaeologist of collective psyche. So I think you are the right person to ask, how can we mobilize collective action? Do we have to all get collectively depressed first?
As Ola said, it doesn't work. This is not true. But in my opinion, I think that there is a big change in our mental well-being, I would say. But depression is a word, for me, it's too general. And it's easy to just to say depression. It seems to me that there are 4 riders of apocalypse in our mental health. Of course, the anxiety, this is the first thing connected with the very not stable situation all over the world because of wars, a chaotic situation, very quick changes and so on, but also climate changes. And loss, that we are losing things. And for instance, like species of many animals, every single year, every single month, we're losing something from the nature, and we are quite aware of this. So we could say that we are in the constant mourning, which is not expressed, not even properly, but at all. And the third rider is helplessness, because we try to protest, we try to do, we try to sign letters and do everything what we imagine we can do, but it's futile, it doesn't work. So this feeling of helplessness is killing us. It seems to me that the psychologists used to say that helplessness very often becoming aggression. So this is my understanding of this cancel culture. So aggression, you know, towards people very similar to us. And the fourth rider of apocalypse is kind of how to call it? I forgot the word. Kind of that we are completely not concentrated all the time. That we are cannot concentrate on things we are perceiving, we are experienced, and we. Distraction, yeah, with this thank you. This is my distraction, this destructive mind. This destructive mind is everywhere, and we are, I would say even that the culture is the destructive now, because I'm thinking of myself when I'm sitting in the evening during the winter time and watching this series in the television. So they are designed to catch our attention, but they are not working as a process. As the human minds are accustomed to be in process all the time. So process is something in time, when you have the beginning, the culmination, and the resolution of this. And then our energy is working like this. If we are not in this process, we are taking facts and we are always hungry. So it is like eating, you know, endless eating without, like eating of air, or like eating something which is completely not valuable for our stomach. So I have this just in mind, this metaphor from Buddhism. I don't know if you have heard that in one word during the Buddhists is hungry ghosts. They have a very big, large stomach and very thin throats, the gullets. And so they try to eat all the time, but they are always hungry, you know. And this is the greedy, the lust is never be satisfied.
You know, it's fascinating because you describe in a very poetic way what I think many young people feel: loneliness, helplessness, and hopelessness, which is coming out of some of the self-reported things that young people share in anonymous helplines. My question to you is, you have also described mental health, that it's more about relations, interacting, being part of networks, and not so much about an inner state. Is that a correct interpretation?
Yes, as I said before, it seems to me that this lack of mental stability, it's coming from disconnection. And we can understand this disconnection of very rich relationships with the people and other people, but also a relationship with our environment, with nature. So in a way we are staying connected only with this strange, distracted world in our telephones, let's say, and in this, you know, bombarding of informations and data we cannot complete in our head. So we used to see everything in the small windows, you know. This window is open, oh, this is the war in Ukraine. The next window is the best shampoo for my hair. So everything is connected, and there is no this like a frame we could put everything in and create a kind of pattern to be understood. Our mind desperately need something to understand, something to explain to ourselves. So this destructive mind, it's something new, and I don't know how to treat it, what to do with this distracted mind. Right. This is not enough to say that just put out our smartphones away, just forget about spending evenings without this series in the television. I don't know. I am a writer. I can write an utopia, what will be later on in 200 years, for instance, if the world will be the same. But I cannot find a solution.
We're not going to wait 200 years. We will
pick
up on your thoughts already now, because you know, one thing that folk dealing with mental health issues often say is something that holds back collective action is that we have so many definitions. We don't have a common definition. We don't have a common narrative. And as a prior clinician yourself, once upon a time, you know the difference between those who really feel like mental health should have a diagnosis and a treatment. And then there is the thing one discovers in your writing, which is much more of a continuum of neurodivergence across the continuum, a spectrum. And it would be nice to hear your thought, both as a writer and as a previous psychoanalyst, this dichotomy between the need to diagnose and treat versus this view of mental health as a continuum.
Yes, this is. Thank you that you perceive this, that we see it in my books, and I feel very safe in this kind of word, because it seems to me that we should treat humanity. Sorry for this big word. as a kind of hive that every single organism or part of this organism is needed in terms of Darwinian evolution, because we have to have as many possibilities as we can. So every single individual keeps something which is very fragile from one side, but also very important, very precious. And perhaps this is the kind of preparing ourselves as a society, as a humankind for the future.
You know, it's interesting listening to you, because you've said you're not an activist, but you truly are through your writing. And I have to ask you about that, especially since we have many students and activists here. Your writing has fueled and inspired both our way to think about what eating, but how we think about our fellow animals and the rights to survive and live. So how do you view this, and what advice would you give not only to activists, but to be activists and stay mentally healthy?
I said that I am not activist from the kind of psychological reasons, because I have I don't like to be in presence of many people as I am here. I feel a little bit uneasy, and I am not good manager of things. I am quite chaotic and so on. And I treat myself as an activist sitting at home and writing. And even if my writing is not directly devoted, it is not, I hope so, didactic, that's, I think, things which I'm describing or touching are vivid to many people and changing their point of view, which I'm very proud of, because it looks only that literature has a power still.
Yes. Yeah, and it certainly does. And I want to really close by asking you the title that you talked about window earlier. You also talk about mirrors. And you have described mental health as in a strange mirror. Could you say something about that?
It was in a broader context, I think, that what I had in my mind, that I always, very often think about it as I am looking for unusual narrators for my writing. So I would like in the future to be able to describe the world from the point of view of, let's say, fish or bee or, I don't know, tree. That would be incredible to make my consciousness larger, my awareness of the world, and also it will be great to understand the thing we don't understand from the other point of view. This is really something which fascinates me, because I feel sometimes I feel like in a prison, that we can only see, we can only perceive what we are, what is reflecting through our senses. We can see only because we are reduced to our five senses. We are not able to imagine world from the point of view of the bee, let's say. So this perceiving entire reality like a strange mirror reflecting us in our strange world, we cannot manage really. And so it's making entire situation quite horror-like.
So addressing this horror, if you still had patients today or clients as you had many years ago, and someone would come to you and you said literature is my therapy, what would you say to that person? Is it about reading or writing or both?
I think both.
Yeah.
During the lunch we had a small conversation with one person, and for me, writing and inventing things, it's for sure making me much more peaceful and making in my distracted mind making a kind of order. So narrative, every single narrative is good because it's creating like an ox of concentration of facts. So I am escaping from the world of windows, open and half open windows, and trying to, you know, to make things in order. And also reading. Reading is the second part of this, the second side of this coin. Reading connect me with another people. Can train us with empathy, showing the world we never have possibility to see, to meet. Teach us how to understand different emotions we never had, to smell another smells, to see another landscapes, so we can travel. So when I was 12 years old, when I discovered Jules Verne or another writers for children at the time, I was convinced that this business is the most important, most powerful business over the world.
I think that's a good note to end on, so thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much indeed for that inspiring conversation. Thank you. So our next session, Preparing for Success, continues this theme of mental well-being and perhaps weaves in some threads from earlier discussions. And it features some people you've met before, Anna Beck, Nancy Clark. They'll be joined by Anna Haag, another Olympic medalist. She participated in 3 Winter Olympics, cross-country skier. And then we have Michael Rosbash rejoining. Now, Michael, among the laureates present, I think it's fair to say, is the best of the amateur athletes. Although one could have an interesting conversation about Nobel laureates and their sports. I think in the audience we have Craig Mello, who is a very keen kite surfer, so we could go down that path, but that's a discussion for another day. This discussion, Preparing for Success, features some very high achievers, but we thought that actually all of us had to prepare for success every day, just getting out of bed and thinking about what we've got to do next. We need to be at our mental and physical peak, and so it's a discussion that is relevant to everybody in the room. And to moderate this, we have Julien Zierath again, and in a way, it's her reward. Please join me on stage. Her reward for doing that difficult discussion before lunch, you now get a panel of athletes to talk to.
That's great, thanks. Fantastic. All right. All right, so we all managed to get up today, Adam, so that was a good thing. But this is a panel of people who are really interested in sport, nutrition, but also focusing. And that's what we're going to talk about. Really, what do you need to do to prepare for success? And we will take some inspiration from some of the earlier dialogues. But I'm going to turn to you first, because Anna, in your opening session, you shared with us your own personal journey of really realizing that, you know, you had different challenges. And so how did you feel about that? And how did that help you to prepare to be the successful para-Olympian you are today?
Yeah, I think it was like when I got my diagnosis, it was like I got a second chance because I always wanted to be an athlete. So I think that my inner fire exploded and I was so ready to do everything I could to be the best cyclist in my class in the world. So, but I struggled a lot when I started to compete with people with the same conditions as me, because I had pushed like the stamp that I was bad, I wasn't good enough. And when I started to compete with people with the same conditions, I was good. And that was really hard to see and understand and feel that I was good. So, yeah, I think it's hard to explain, but I still can't see that I was good.
You saw yourself in a whole different light.
Yeah, and for 25 years, I have the opposite feeling. So, yeah, but I was so ready to do the work. Yeah.
So before I get to Nancy, I'll go to Anna, and welcome to the panel. And, you know, incredible, 3 Olympics. I mean, most people can't even get to 1 Olympic competition, 3. And, you know, gold medals, silver medals. You have been at the peak. So what did it take for you to become that extraordinary athlete? And I know now, you have a different life. So maybe share a reflection on what did it take to get up there, and how did that transform you?
Yeah, I think from the beginning, it's just the love of the sport and having a supportive family who see the determination you have for aiming to reaching your goal. And I was not the best as a youngster.
Hard to believe.
Yeah, and I love to ski because I've been cross-country skier. But suddenly, as a teenager, I realized that I really wanted to be good. I saw the goal. I wanted to be at Olympics. So from one year to another, I started to train, and I had all the support. I did all the work, and I went into the sport and became a junior team, and it was an adult team, and it was cross country. And I succeeded. I reached all my dreams. But the one thing, I wasn't a talent, but I had a talent to put down the work. I was really determined. I did the work. I did it every day. I knew every day what to do, and I think that was my power.
So your major focus, your laser focus on that. And you shared with me an anecdote about using new technologies. You talked to me about using glucose monitors.
Yeah.
And you were at a training camp. Yeah. And despite your great fitness, you share a little story about that to the group here. It's a monitor to measure your performance and your glucose levels. And from that, I'm going to segue to Nancy about nutrition. But tell us a little bit about what you learned from devices, because it wasn't random for you. You really were very focused on success.
Yeah. So when you are at the national team, you have all the best people around you. We are really, it's a luxury. So we had the opportunity to have the blood sugar measurement on us during a camp. And during this camp, you could see that my blood sugar went lower and lower and lower during this camp. I was still training as much as the other. I was eating sort of the same, but I was always more sick than everyone else. Now, 15 years later, I have done my math. Of course, I didn't eat enough. My blood sugar went too low. So, but now I can feel frustrated because we didn't know, or I didn't know, what this meant. And I can't understand why the coaches did not know. Because we had it, like my blood sugar was too low. I had like numbers that was not supposed to have on a healthy body.
So it goes from, you having a lot of will and determination, you yourself recognizing that you have a new way into athletics and sport, but will and determination's not always enough, and fueling the machine really mattered as well. And so with that, that knowledge, I'm sure it's not uncommon that athletes work really hard, they're preparing for success, but they need more. And there's ways they can manage that with nutrition, and I want you to share a little bit of those tips with us, because we want to know the secret.
The secret. Thanks, Julie. I think a large part of the secret is mental. What I've heard from both of the Annas is, I'm not good enough. And if I want to be better, maybe if I'm lighter, maybe if I'm leaner, I'll be faster. Or maybe it's just lack of knowledge of how much is okay to eat. I mean, if you're a cross-country skier, you're burning a lot of calories. And in our culture, like, what do you mean you're having 2 portions? Or what do you mean you're having dessert? And so that there's a whole culture of under-eating within sports. And I see it, all the time with the clients that I'm working with.
Not just with females, with males as well.
With males as well. And it's just coming out with the males. But an estimated, 30 to 60% of female athletes undereat. Some of them unknowingly. Some of them consciously because of disordered eating or eating disorders and thinking, oh, if I'm lighter, I'll be better, and they consciously restrict. But it's a whole spectrum of reasons why people undereat. But the great part is that this knowledge is coming out, and even men now are identified as having troubles with knowing how much is okay to eat, so that they can ask for a place to get help. Where in the past, men, they had no place to go. And there's too much shame and embarrassment. And so I think for you to tell your story of how you were under eating, it gets other female athletes thinking too. And if you can do one thing as I don't know if you're a retired athlete or whatever, but to tell your story so that it becomes common knowledge and that you can help other people to go, maybe I should work with a sports nutritionist, or maybe I should eat more and give more power to food, more value to food, and it's not just this inconvenience.
Right, right. So the will, determination, the nutrients on board, but there is genetics. And the fun fact about you is your basketball interest. So you're an athlete as well. But we all have different genetics. And you're a geneticist. Not only do you work with circadian biology, but what's your feeling about that part that helps us prepare for success? I mean, you can't change your genes, right?
So I was very amused by, humbled, I should say, as well as amused by communicating with the women who were up here before coming to Stockholm, because Adam was very generous. He and I have met a couple of times before, and calling me an athlete, I think it may be relative to Adam or something like that.
Relative to Adam, you're an Olympian.
But truly, I don't belong on the same stage with these women. I did play sports. I spent my entire youth, I would say, trying to dunk a basketball, and I never succeeded.
You lowered the.
And no, I was tall enough. It's simply I didn't have fast burst muscle. What makes Michael Jordan able to have a 40-inch vertical leap, or why West Africans win all of the sprint medals. I'm simply not. It wasn't lack of will. I'm a very determined human being, but I simply couldn't do it. And I was amused by thinking of my football teammates from college referring to me as an athlete. Fortunately, most of them can't hear well anymore, and so I'm probably insulated from humiliation from that point of view. In any case, the human population, we're extremely heterogeneous group of people, and the people who excel in any area, in this case sports, serve as an inspiration for the rest of us. And of course, it is a journey for all of us. You know, there's aspiration, and I took great pleasure in sports. I actually still do. Modest though my current activities are, you know, you have to understand who you are, what you need in terms of nutrition or anything else, and try to titrate your life to accommodate those. And pushing yourself is a good idea, you know, not be too disappointed in what you don't achieve, because there's something else for you out there where you will excel. And so that's the story for all of us.
Well, absolutely, and I mean, that's what makes us all so remarkable. So just, you know, you've had these successful careers in athletics. You as a scientist as well, what does it take to prepare for success as a scientist? So these are really very successful people here. But how do you transition from that role to the role you have now? And I'm focusing on our athletes because that's a bit of the story here. But what's the learnings for the average person on the street? Because you've lived lives here, and then there's a shift. Any thoughts about that? And maybe a conversation around that. You know, have the demands of life changed? Are you still focusing on success, but maybe not skiing?
I said to Anna today, because you just finished your career, that going from a top athlete career where you know what to do the day, the month, the year, the 4-year cycle, because that's the Olympic cycle, and suddenly it's all gone. And you can see it as like, I can do whatever I want. I took it that way. Oh my God, I lived like 15 years in 3 months. It was wonderful.
You don't need to share those details here. That's you keep that to yourself.
But then life comes. It's like, okay, this is the life. What are you supposed to do? And I thought I would be some person running around on meetings and being a busy woman. And I realized that the thing I had spent most of my time doing, training, taking care of my body, taking care of my mind, was the thing I was getting like most, I spend most time thinking about. So I am still 6 years after retirement on some kind of descaling from top athlete living, because it can't happen overnight. Mm-hmm. And with that said, I still train a lot. I still do competition. I still eat good. I still focus on sleep. I have 3 kids. My youngest is 1, my oldest is 5. Sleeping is a luxury, but I still sleep. Mm-hmm. So, and I'm still quite egocentric, because I have been that for most of my life. But I am trying to descale it, but I do it slowly.
Well, let me have you jump in, Nancy, because you're dealing with people across a whole spectrum of athletic competences and also lifespan. But
I often work with just people at the high school level who take a gymnast who gets injured, and her whole life has been she's a gymnast. And her mom will call up and say, my daughter, my gymnast is injured. And I correct her, I say, she's not a gymnast. She's a young girl who does gymnastics. And someone's not a skier. You're a person who skis. Yeah. Because people get their whole identity wrapped up in, I'm an athlete. And if you get injured, who are you? And that's where the whole mental depression comes in. And it's devastating. It's really hard for people to make that transition. So I sort of work with my clients. We draw a daisy, a flower, and each petal is, okay, I'm a skier, I'm a daughter, I'm a student, I'm a really fun friend, and just all these different parts of their life to keep it in balance. And I know here in Scandinavia, a lot of work on eating disorders has been done, and they've done a prevention program by having the athletes think of 3 things a day that they feel good about that have nothing to do with them as an athlete. And that just makes a huge mental difference, that they helped the little old lady across the street, or they
that could be a learning for all of us, really.
That's a learning for all
because
of us.
I think that is, many of us get tied into the identity of our job, and especially when we get to a point in our careers where, for different reasons, we may have to retire. Some of us earlier than others. We all face with that because we're living this career, and it's just a part of who we are.
It's called work-life balance.
Oh, is that what it is? But any comments to that, or any thoughts, reflections? I mean, the issue of redefining your career goals as you go along the way, because you still want to prepare for success. It might be intrinsic to who you are.
Yeah. I did my last competition in September, and I started as a head coach for paracycling in Sweden, 1st of October. So I had about 5 days in between. So I haven't landed yet, but I think now I will try to be on other journeys to the top. So I hope that I will. Yeah, I hope I'm going to land, and I'm like Anna, I'm still train a lot, and I think I always want to train a lot and take care of myself, and that's a responsible I'm proud of that I want to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to turn to you, Michael, because not only are you an extraordinary person who does science, and I want to call you a scientist, but you are also mentoring and training many individuals who are interested in careers in science. And how do you navigate that? Because they're all at different stages, and it's a little bit like athletes wanting to have careers in athletics. You're mentoring out the next generation of individuals doing science.
Well, what came to mind when I was listening the last couple of minutes is the dichotomy, if I could call it, or the distinction between means and ends. So what I have in common with these women, I think, is love of craft. So if you get caught up in the ends, you know, am I going to make a great discovery, or am I going to win an Olympic medal? And you get caught up in that early, I think it can be very disappointing, because very few people achieve this kind of a goal. And so it's really love of craft which binds the community together, community of scientists, what we share, and athletics. And that's where we all began. We loved the laboratory. We loved the fellowship of our fellow people and students, and I think athletes are the same in a way. My teammates and the camaraderie that comes, the physical well-being from all of this. And as a mentor, I think you try to pass on to the next generation, you know, the love of craft. And I think it's a mistake to choose a profession with the goal in mind. You really have to love what you do, and to a large extent let the ends just determine. It's not in your control where the journey is going to end, but you can really try to find something that you love and then make the journey a pleasure. And I think that's what you try and pass on to your mentees, to your students and postdocs, that this is just a terrific way to spend your time. And if you don't share that, you're in the wrong business. It's that simple.
Yeah. Well, that's a great perspective to take on it, because every day you can learn something new, and you should focus on that rather than something down the line that you may not be able to control. Yeah. Other thoughts that you guys want to add into this? Any secrets I'm trying to get the secrets of success out of you, and no one wants to give me that. I got life journeys really important here.
I trained mental training a lot, and I got in contact with something called compassion, and that was something that released my thoughts when I was on the start line. It was like, in my head, I wished my competitors good luck. And I didn't say it, I only thinked it, but it was like, I wish you luck. I hope you do the best race you can do. I'm gonna win. But when you're past the finish line, I hope you will be pleased with your what you have done. So that was something that I grew, because it was so good to feel that I wish you luck, but I'm gonna win. Yeah.
and I suspect you did win. Yeah. Well, I think
not always.
What I hear here is that it's important to think about the mind and the body, and whether that's a focus, creating the right environment, nutrition, sleep. We didn't talk about that, but we heard a lot about sleep is important. And it's important to focus on sort of the daily steps in the journey rather than the end point. And then one should also have some compassion, which is a good thing, because you can wish people around you well, and that doesn't mean that you won't do well.
Oh.
So with that, thank you so much. I hope we have left some lessons for all of you, and we wish you all the best for success as well. So thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay. That's great.
Honestly, I think almost everyone here is a better athlete than me. And if you ask my teenager, he'd say, why did you put the qualifier almost in front of that? We've heard so much today about the connection between science and society and the need for the two to work together. And this last main section of the meeting is devoted to that topic of how to get the best out of science and society cooperating. To introduce us to this, we have Ola again. Ola, be fast.
Yes. This is the last session, and we have 2 questions remaining on which you answered like this. It's about cancer and aging, 2 very fun topics. So if we could cure all cancer and everything else stays the same, how much longer would life expectancy be on average? 3, 11, or 19? Here you were over-optimistic, because I think actually 3 is the bad answer, right? And that's actually the correct one. There are so many other things that will kill us. Yeah, it's fun, right? There's like a smorgasbord of causes of death. But we love to find the magic wand, like, can we cure cancer? And you hear it a lot in the media, and it sounds like the thing, right? And we will live forever. Absolutely not. Okay, here's the next question, the last one, and it will bridge over to the last session of today, which is about the future, namely the aging of people. So this is a quite simple question about, of all the new seniors in the world, 65+ people, what share will be in high-income countries? Like, what share of aging population is in high-income countries? That's what we are asking here. Is it 15, 35, or 55, the majority? I don't know what's good and bad here, really. It's more of a demographic ignorance that we're measuring. And the correct answer is 15%. It's a small fraction. And now that I introduced to you that there are low, middle, and high income, you realize the other ones are quite many, and they are healthier. Here's the population pyramid without women and men. It's only people back in 1950, and people got older and older and had new children, and fertility rate changed. Today the world looks like this. It's a consequence of the past, how the shape of the pyramid looks. This is the world today. Let's move forward and see the UN population forecast into 2100. We're moving even further. Here you can see the high-income countries. It's a rectangle, more or less, right? Very predictable generation sizes. Same thing goes for upper middle by the end of the century. Right now, they're going to see, within the next 80 years, they're going to see a decline in all generation sizes, right? And down here, that's China and India, basically. And then at the bottom, we have the low income, where the number of children are still increasing, but it's expected to become flat as well. The question was asking between 24 and 2050. Here are the new seniors, right? The light shade is today, and then the extra people are highlighted. That's 15%. So if you produce, say, diabetes medicine, here are your customers. This is where the new, of course, they have less money, but some of them are quite rich. So if we look at that actually as the number of people on 50 plus instead of 65, because diabetes, for example, starts being more prevalent there, the percentage of these old people with diabetes is actually the same everywhere. So let's instead imagine this is a rough forecast of diabetes in the future. This is what to expect. And this is when we confuse those at the bottom as being developing countries, we don't realize that in the middle group here, the middle income countries, we have the largest increase of old people ever in human history to expect in the future. That's where the aging population is largest, right? So I want to summarize my participation here by putting all these images together into one big future worldview. So at the top, let's look at communicable diseases. As people get richer, they die and suffer less from infections, bacteria and viruses, right? That's the communicable. That's the burden of disease, DALYs, per 100,000. The share instead becomes non-communicable, such as cancer and diabetes, etc. Let's not forget the dying children. So we put them into the picture because you will not suffer from these disabilities unless you survive childhood, right? It's easy to start talking about non-communicable in high income, as if that problem was solved over there. It is not. In the future then, more people there, and if people get richer, child mortality can decline. I think that's the future of health. Thank you.
Okay, so for our last panel discussion on ensuring a healthy science outlook, I'd like to invite Jeremy Farrar, Charlie Rice, and Mariam Kleisen to join me back on stage, please. Thank you. Mariam, do you want to sit here? Jeremy in the middle. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And Charlie. Yeah, there's one spare. If somebody feels impelled to join, they can run up and take the extra chair. Okay. Jeremy, let me start with you. You were, before you became chief scientist at the World Health Organization. No, please, go ahead. You need to be healthy, so no. But before you became chief scientist at the World Health Organization, you were head of the Wellcome Trust in the UK. That gave you a particular perspective over organizing science structures. So I'd be interested to know what you think about this idea of preparing for success, because that was a theme that we've just been discussing. And how does an organization prepare for success?
Yeah, very interesting question. So just to go back a little bit before Wellcome, so like many here, I've seen it from being a clinical scientist in Vietnam for 20 years. I've seen it as, yes, head of Wellcome for a decade, and now I've seen it in the World Health Organization for 15 or 16 months. And I suppose my reflection through that time, and Charlie may disagree with this, is as a community, scientific community, I think we don't prepare for success anywhere near well enough. And I'll give you an example of that. During the 1990s in Vietnam, I was involved in the development of artemisinin combination therapies for malaria. This came out of a Chinese herbal drug development program that happened during the Vietnam War. We knew the evidence for that, a little bit like Ola was saying, at the end of the 1990s. But we did not prepare the world for the success of that. And as a result, we wasted 10 years and before those therapies became available to everybody. A little bit like happened in COVID, where the world was unequally accessible to the COVID vaccines. And I think we need to anticipate, as was said earlier, we don't have a crystal ball, but we can anticipate trends, demographic shifts. We can anticipate where, as we heard earlier, where gene therapies for sickle and others are going to happen. If we do not anticipate, the rich world will get them, and the less rich world will get them much later. And if we are going to use science to reduce inequalities around the world, anticipation becomes so much more important.
As always, it's a question of where you put your resources and what you concentrate on. And I mean, this is in part implementation science, which I know is a theme that you're very interested in, Mariam. But it requires people to commit to funding implementation science and really working out the scenarios. And do you want to speak a bit about that?
I'd really want to make a plea for implementation science, as you said, because for the world to benefit from all the discoveries that we talk about here, the new innovations, new products, drugs, vaccines, the end to end from discovery to the end is not from discovery to market. It's from discovery to the end user and those who need it the most. And if we change that vision, that it's about reaching those who need these discoveries the most, we have to ask the question, not just what or why, but how. And for me, implementation science answers the questions, how do we get these ideas to those who need it the most? And that would shorten the line you talked about from discovery to end users.
And do you feel that is something that is very poorly understood at the moment?
I think it's threatened right now. We see a reduction in development aid. We see a reduction not just of the whole pie, but the slice of the pie that goes into research. And I think we should take for granted that if we care as investors, or whether we are producing domestic resources or bilateral aid or multilateral aid. We want to make sure that we have the greatest impact for the society of the investments we make. And then we have to have a share that goes into research to answer these critical questions about how well are we doing, are we reaching those we need to reach? And it's again the how questions.
I'd be interested to hear you all talk about this question of why that isn't more to the fore. You would have thought it was the end that everybody was after. That would be the point at which you'd say, yes, we've succeeded. But are people feeling that they've succeeded earlier and just taking their eye off the ball? What's the underlying problem?
Just in Charlie's view of this as well, I think one of the issues we do have in again, the broad scientific community, and I think this is reflected in our academic institutions, some are getting better, and that is the fragmentation and the vertical structures that we have in our systems. And if you heard, what I took away from today is just the breadth of scientific expertise we've heard about, from breathing to sleep to everything in between. And we've got to find better ways of working at the interfaces between disciplines. And I think our structures almost prevent us doing that at the moment, including in our academic institutions.
Charlie, do you want to come in on this?
Well, I think, science, health is, something that we should all be, sort of very concerned about. And sort of taking science and improving public health, incredibly important. And I think obviously money is important in terms of getting science done. It's important to really have, I think, a balance of sort of different activities that have to do with science and sort of the translation of science to improving health. And, one of the things I think that, and we've heard about this in terms of, what's important in a career is also, sort of what's important in science. And some of the great sort of discoveries and breakthroughs in science are unanticipated, unplanned for, just driven by sort of curiosity-driven science. And I think it's very important to, sort of have a balance of, sort of the sort of discovery, the sort of free, curiosity-driven discovery, and then choosing among those sort of findings to decide which of them are going to have an impact on really sort of translating scientific discoveries into improving human health. And, sort of finding a, sort of a balance for that is always a little bit challenging, because I think people want to see, sort of tangible improvements, right? And
I was just reflecting that in a way we've got the perfect group to solve this here, because we've got basic science leading to public health, and in the middle somebody who's been in all of these worlds. So please solve it.
Just on that to Charlie, and Drew said it earlier when he said, how long did it take you to do the vaccine? And I think the answer, Drew, was 15 minutes. We should just remind ourselves that was 15 minutes built on 30 years of investment in discovery science. And one of the shifts we're seeing at the moment around the world in the public funding for science is that it's driven by what Charlie talks about, increasingly to breakthroughs. Breakthroughs come through curiosity-driven, independent science, which people can't be sure where it's growing. We heard about sleep earlier, and I learned today about how the fruit fly sleeps, and it's very similar to how human sleeps. That wouldn't necessarily guide you to an intervention tomorrow, and yet it's absolutely critical research. So as societies evolve how they support science, making sure we make the case that discovery, however, social sciences, biomedical, implemented, but discovery remains absolutely critically important.
And that's clearly why in financing there are some who are willing to take risks, which I think is very important. We have to be able to take risks and not undermine basic science and the surprises, the things we can't anticipate. At the same time, we can already now make certain anticipations about things and with some degree of predictive value, and say that, it's not if we're going to get another pandemic, but when and how, and not to have learned something, for example, from the current one that makes us better prepared for the future one. I think that is a loss to society. So I think, yes, the discourse and the questions need to come across the continuum again, from basic to implementation science, but to really take the perspectives of the most vulnerable population groups, groups who are the one who's going to suffer the most also into the future, and taking that perspective and see how we can ensure that we don't do our science at the expense of actually reaching those.
Absolutely. I'm just very interested to know how you think we should combat the fragmentation. I mean, I'm so often with laureates who advocate, obviously, for the need for foundational basic research, and other things too, but that's one thing. You public health experts who campaign for, yes, a broad-minded approach, but also for the implementation side of things. How do you combat fragmentation? You all nodded when I asked the question, but I need an answer.
It's a tough one. We have talked a bit about that because the fragmentation runs through all the things we do, from academic science to actually in the implementation world.
And there's it's not a zero-sum game.
No.
You need the depth of knowledge and the expertise that goes with those vertical structures. But we increasingly, as again, Ola demonstrated in the wonderful slides, we increasingly live in a horizontal world. And somehow I think we have to encourage that confidence and humility of working at interfaces. If we're going to drive that sort of activity. I was lucky enough in a previous life to spend about a month a year at Princeton working with Brian Grenfell, who's an ecologist. But he worked at the interfaces between multiple different disciplines, from mathematics to ecology to how locusts flew around the world, and indeed pandemics and epidemics. And that was a wonderful environment for those interfaces, which is not unique, but it was a very special environment.
But when it comes... Sorry.
I was going to say, I think the funders have got a responsibility here. And you go back to risk, and one of my concerns, and I think it's a role for philanthropy, is that I think public funding is increasingly taking fewer risks. You know, if you look at R01 grants to the National Institutes of Health, the success rate is falling, and you're finding reasons to not fund a grant. Whereas often there'll be brilliant things in there that you want to get funding. Somehow we need to make sure we've got the right balance between risk-taking within our academic institutions and the ability to get funding for them.
Just to focus on that, what is the reason for risk averseness increasing in these funding decisions?
I don't know. I mean, it is sort of a dismaying trend because I think, you know, sort of we need to take risks to sort of make progress and discover sort of new things. And this has been sort of an ongoing problem, I think, with the sort of grant system, that you basically have to, you know, claim that you're going to cure cancer or something, right? Otherwise, you know, people won't necessarily fund your idea. And I think things that are sort of more high risk, high reward really are having a difficult time getting funded. And that is really a shame. I'm not sure the best way to fix it, because again, you don't really want to be, you know, only funding grants where the outcome is pretty much assured or almost already accomplished. I mean, you want to be funding things that are sort of new and that are going to break new ground. So I think we have to, you know, sort of change our sort of mentality a little bit about, you know, sort of what we consider to fund. And I think the other thing that is an issue in terms of just providing the driver for sort of basic science is that we really need to have sort of a sustained funding base. You know, one of the problems I think that we face is this sort of awful and amazing sort of, you know, oscillating cycle. And we certainly saw that in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, where, you know, you would think a global experience like this would elevate the interest in entities to, you know, sort of do what it takes to be prepared for the next pandemic. And I think we're seeing exactly the opposite happening in the United States. Programs that were sort of established to sort of make some progress and come up with broad spectrum antiviral drugs, or you know, sort of vaccines that are going to be more universal, like sort of Drew mentioned. We're seeing that actually having a tougher time being supported. So I think, you know, that's true on a national scale. I mean, it's also true on a global scale. And the reason it's particularly worrisome is that I think that our young scientists who are going to be the drivers of doing this in the future are not stupid. You know, they're going to be looking at this and saying, you know, is this really sort of a sustainable career? Or am I going to sort of go on this path and then find out, you know, sort of a year from now, I don't have any funding to do my science?
And that is, sorry, yes.
Yeah, I was thinking around the traction of financiers into research, whether it's domestic funding, government or private money. I think that someone wise have said that the more you are able to co-create, co-design with those who are likely to actually benefit from the research you do, the more likely you are is to get the ownership in the investment in research. I think also trying to think more about how we bring in stakeholders into our research. And that's of course obvious when you're dealing with adolescent mental health, because young people will say nothing about us without us. So there you have to bring in, because it's not about supplying, but actually using the findings and having a vested interest in the research that we are talking about.
But presumably it's such a difficult balance, because in some cases, yes, it's obvious, but in other cases, bringing in the stakeholders also perhaps changes the ability to take risks, to be brave. I mean, for instance, if you're wanting governments involved in making research decisions that are very basic, that's a dangerous combination, perhaps. I don't know what you think.
Yeah, the first day, I think when I was about 2 or 3 weeks ago, I was fortunate or honoured to join the Swedish Research Council's group together and discuss how you strategise around a future's funding scenario. I think we have to think in our public funding how we allocate our resources to different aspects to ensure that it doesn't all get homogenised, as Charlie was saying earlier. And that may mean allocating a certain amount of your overall annual budget for a slightly different approach to funding, rather than thinking that one model will fit everything. And I think the US is fortunate because it has a more plural system. Because you have the public sector, you have the greater private sector investment, you also have a lot of philanthropy. And I think that more plural system gives you the variation you need in your funding, because there shouldn't just be a monopoly to the way that funding is done, I think.
And just to close, you're all advocates. Everybody in this room, in a way, is an advocate. What would you advocate for to ensure a healthy science outlook? Very brief.
Implementation research being part of the toolbox that you have in order to get discoveries to the end user.
Tell our stories better. And secondly, everyone in this room, although you may not feel it, has got power and advocacy. Don't just say nice words at the meeting. What you do in the next 12 months, what are you going to do when you leave the room? That's the responsibility that comes with power.
And particularly since you're now prepared for success. Thank you. Yes.
Well, I think if a concluding statement, the sort of health of science, I do think we need to do a better job of sort of communicating the benefits of science to the public and trying to sort of get back to, you know, sort of the belief in facts, or at least things that are well supported by experimental data. And, you know, that's a challenge. I think the other thing is that sort of just listening today to all of the different components that are at play in terms of individual health and global health and how these things interact. This is an immensely complicated problem. And I don't know if we've gotten the answer today, but one thing that is sort of on my mind is, you know, sort of given all these challenges, you know, what as individuals can we do to sort of contribute to make things better? The options are kind of bewildering. But I think it's worth thinking about and, you know, trying to play a positive role in the future.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jeremy. Charlie, if I could just ask you to stay on stage. So if you'd just take a place over there, I'd like to invite all our Nobel laureates to join us on stage. We always seem to close our dialogues by just having just a very few minutes of all the laureates together. So if Olga Tokarczuk and Drew Weissman and Michael Reisbach are here, just please, if you'd like to stand there. Thank you.
You can have center stage.
Just go and stand.
At the center.
You're supposed to be next to Adam.
I am?
They had you in a diagram next to Adam.
Okay, I'll go over here then.
You can self-sort. Perfect. Thank you very much indeed. Okay. You make a beautiful picture together, but I'd just like you to make some. I'd just like to any final reflections. We have just a couple of minutes to think about what this meeting has meant, and whether you have anything you'd like to say about it. Who wants to go first? Drew.
So I guess what I'm really impressed by is the interactions and the interest of the community that has joined us here today. And I think that's beautiful because it shows the Swedish commitment to science. In the United States, we have a government that is anti-science coming into power, which has made many scientists very fearful about what our future is going to be about. But it's beautiful to see the Swedish commitment to science. Thank you.
Okay, I guess we should go along the line. It makes sense.
So I'm very impressed to be among you, scientists. It's really means much for me because I can see that there are people struggling for the better world in doing very meaningful things. But what I would like, I'm personally waiting for kind of change of our thinking or mental change in our minds. And we should perceive the world once again as a alive entity. And it needs work, but as science is very important also in this process. That's, I would say, on the end.
Thank you, Olga.
So, science is about being an observer, being observant, and every time I come to Sweden, which is not very often, I'm really impressed. There are all sorts of aspects of your society, from the Nobel Foundation to the relative equality of education, income, et cetera, which we are, let's say, look at from the US perspective with great admiration. I learned a lot from my colleague here next to me, Olga, from her talk, and really am very grateful to be part of this journey. I think the notion of hopefulness is really important. People don't realize that most scientific experiments fail, the vast majority, and you come back the next day to try again. That's what it's really all about. As I said before, it's the craft of the journey. It's not the destination. And so I think being hopeful and trying to make your microenvironment, your little community, your laboratory, your extended family, your community, the world, a better place is part of that journey.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, I'm afraid I don't have a lot to add to those very sort of thoughtful comments, but I have been struck with sort of the diversity of what we've heard today. And I've also been just incredibly impressed, as Drew and others have mentioned, that we have this sort of a crowd on this subject on a sort of Monday morning afternoon, sort of ranging in age from the sort of very young to some that are probably almost as old as some of us on the stage. And I do think that we sort of need to learn, at least in the United States and many other countries, what's exhibited here in terms of people's appreciation for the impact that science has had on their lives and has on their lives, and that needs to be sustained and spread to really sort of achieve, something more equitable for the world in terms of universal health. And there are many, many challenges ahead, as I said in the sort of previous discussion. It's complicated, and so I think sitting back and thinking about what each of us can do to sort of make this a better place is really important, and optimism is certainly part of it. It's not time to be hopeless. So thank you all for participating in this. Really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Beautifully said, and all I'd like to do is to add my thanks to all of the audience for being here. It really is a tremendous commitment that you spend the day with us, and it makes all this possible, so thank you very much indeed. It makes it worthwhile. We'd also, of course, like to thank our supporters who do make it possible, and we're very grateful for their continuing support. And thanks to all our participants. We'll see you all again, hopefully either online or in person in Gothenburg when we do this again next December the 9th, 2025. And that is the end of the meeting. The last thing I have to say is that we've heard about equity throughout the day and inequality, and inequality pervades every aspect of life. So you have two different colors of armbands today, and those with green armbands need to exit through the top doors, and those with blue armbands exit through the bottom doors. Thus it is in life, I'm sorry. It's been a joy. Thank you.